Chapter 326, 125 bursts, enough to be recorded in history, second update, understood to Uncle. Suen must have been busy, but as soon as he saw Ji Heng's face, he quickly greeted him. You guys should come over earlier, Mulan and I will show you around Jiangjing University, museums, and the like, he discussed with Ji Hang. Ji Hang, holding his smoking pipe, thought for a moment and did not refuse. All right. Suen had planned on asking anyway, but he had not anticipated Ji Hang's agreement. Up until now, he still wasn't sure if Ji Hang would attend his wedding to Ji Mulan. He couldn't figure out anyone in that family, from top to bottom. To his surprise, Ji Hang actually agreed. Suen was overjoyed. Then get ready, I'll book the plane tickets and arrange the schedule. Bai Lian hadn't expected the special training camp to be in Jiangjing as well. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao both went back with Jiang Fulai. But Bai Lian turned down Jiang Fulai. She chose to take the plane with Ji Hang, Ji Xiaojun, and Xin Qing instead. When young Master Jiang heard this, he was also quite explosive. This airport, it's so big. This was the first time Xin Qing took a flight, and Suen had bought them first-class tickets. After getting off the plane, stepping on the ground in Jiangjing, Xin Qing felt a sense of unreality. Very dreamlike. However, Ji Hang looked calm, and Ji Xiaojun was also composed. He frequently took students out for art exams. Uncle Ji, you've arrived. Suen had been waiting at the boarding gate early. Seeing Bai Lian, his eyes lit up even more. Alien, are you joining them? Not this time. Bai Lian took out her phone, powered it on, and waited for the signal. Jiang Fulai took a private plane and had arrived much earlier. Jiang teacher. Where are you? I'll come find you. Are you accustomed to the flight journey? Suen sounded a bit disappointed, but still led the way while asking. Ji Hang, holding his smoking pipe, nodded his head. Shen Qing felt quite uneasy. It's my first time flying, I'm not used to it. Bai Lian was frank. The seat was a bit cramped. She herself was okay, but Ji Hang, who sat in the same row, was elder, and sitting for embroidery every day was already hard on the spine. At home, it was possible to stand up and move around, not so much on a plane. Ah! Suen was surprised. He turned to the butler. Was it possible that they did not purchase first class? Suen's butler, following behind him, cast a fleeting glance at Shen Qing before turning to Bai Lian with a smile. Miss, you might not understand, airplane seats are inherently small, and you were already in first class. His tone was mild, without any intent of mockery. Just stating the facts. Alien, it's just how planes are, Suen thought for a moment and then explained to Bai Lian, when you go back, I'll switch airlines. Miss Bai, who had been on young Master Jiang's private plane, indeed didn't know that a normal plane seat is considered spacious. No need, she replied lazily, staying put. You go ahead, I'll wait for my classmate. Ji Hang and the others knew Bai Lian was going to the special training camp with Ning Xiao and the rest. So they went ahead with Suen first. All right then, Suen said with regret. The butler beside him glanced at Bai Lian. He was indifferent to whatever she was going to do. He didn't even know why Suen valued this Ji family member so much, putting aside his own affairs to personally receive them. Jiangjing Airport. In the VIP room, Bai Xiaoqi was talking to Bai Qiming. Bai Qiming's attitude toward Bai Xiaoqi was getting better by the day. Despite his busy schedule at the end of the year, he still took the time to send Bai Xiaoqi to Jiangjing for orientation. Why hasn't Song Min arrived yet? Song Min was attending the special training camp, while Bai Xiaoqi was temporarily not qualified. The joint exam results came out today. He probably boarded after checking them. Bai Xiaoqi was very familiar with Song Min. Speaking of their results, Bai Qiming's face showed even more pride. How did the term-end exams go? In recent times, there's been a lot of news about Ji Mulan in Beijing, as she is about to marry into a wealthy Jiangjing family. It would be impossible for Bai Qiming not to feel a ripple in his heart over this. Fortunately, he had a pair of good children. Thinking of Bai Lian along with Bai Xiaoqi and Bai Xiaoka, any dissatisfaction in Bai Qiming faded away. Just as before, Bai Xiaoqi replied. That means still within the top 3. Bai Qiming was very reassured and then sighed with emotion. It's a pity to be in the same grade as Song Min. Otherwise, the Bai family might well have produced a second top scholar. Siblings both so acclaimed. How rare that would be. Bai Xiaoqi took out her phone and opened the conversation with Song Min. Bai Xiaoqi. Did you get your score? Song Min hadn't replied yet. Uncertain of the situation, Bai Xiaoqi casually looked up. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure outside the door. She was taken aback. What's wrong? Bai Qiming noticed her expression. Bai Xiaoqi furrowed her brows. She felt that the silhouette looked a lot like Bai Lian. Chapter 327, 125 bursts, enough to be recorded in history, second update. Under the 3, Xiaoqi, Bai Qiming stood up, speaking sternly, the Yin family people have arrived. The Yin family, Song Mint's mother's maiden home, residents of Jianghu. They were picked up by Song Mint's mother and her brother, the current director of the Yin family. Song Mint's mother had arrived early both for Ji Mulan's wedding and to strengthen family relations, preparing for Song Mint's entry into Jianghu University next year. They exchanged greetings. Song Mint's mother looked at Bai Xiaoqi. What are you looking at? I feel like I saw Bai Lian. Bai Xiaoqi withdrew her gaze. Bai Lian. The Yin director turned his head while chatting with Bai Qiming. Her, said Song Mint's mother indifferently, Amin's ex-fiancée, her mother is about to remarry in Jianghu. Seeing her here isn't strange. Hearing what Song Mint's mother said, the Yin director nodded faintly and didn't ask further. Clearly uninterested in Bai Lian, he just smiled at Bai Qiming and said, I've heard that your young master is interning in a lab at Jianghu University. To them, personal strength was what mattered most. In the Bai family, Bai Xiaoke was thriving at Jianghu University, and Bai Xiaoqi was favored by Dean Jian. Both were outstanding, which was why the Yin director personally came to pick them up from the airport. Last time, the Bai family didn't receive this kind of treatment. Every time the Beijing joint examination scores are released, the entire education system is shaken. Xianxia First Middle School. The principal and the homeroom teachers were all gathered in the computer room. They hadn't been able to log into the system for 2 hours. What on earth is going on? The principal paced back and forth in the computer room, filled with anxiety. This had never happened before. Lu Lingxi, on the other hand, was calm. She sat at a desk on the side, methodically writing lesson plans and occasionally taking a sip of tea. What's the rush? She said. What's the rush? Of course, they were anxious about whether Ning Xiao and Bai Lian could maintain their grades. During the last examination, Ning Xiao was 31st. If he could hold that position, and do the same in the college entrance exam, then Xianxia First Middle School had a hope of being upgraded to a provincial key school during the next evaluation. And Bai Lian. How many people were watching her chemistry score? How could they not be anxious? As the two were talking, suddenly a teacher sitting in front of the computer called out, it's here, their student numbers? Check Ning Xiao's first. 2 asterisk 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 asterisk. The person responsible for checking scores entered Ning Xiao's student number right away. They pressed the enter key. The computer still turned circles slowly. After a moment's lag, the scores appeared. Name, Ning Xiao. Subject, score, rank Chinese, 120, 71 mathematics, 135, 3 English, 127, 67 science comprehensive, 279, 1 total score, 661, 6. I must be seeing things. The teacher responsible for checking scores rubbed his eyes. No way. Damn. Is this really Ning Xiao's score? This is absurd, right? Ning Xiao barely made it into the top 100 on his first monthly exam, and then 31st on the second. The teachers all thought that last performance was Ning Xiao at his best and were concerned if he would make it into the top 30 this time. Now he's ranked 6th in Beijing. First in science comprehensive across the province? That's just 2 months of time. This first place in science comprehensive is a bit too exaggerated, right? Lu Lingxi was also taken aback, truly shocked this time. The office erupted into a long discussion because of this result. 6th place, first in science comprehensive, what significance does that hold? Ning Xiao's science score was even higher than Song Mint's. After the excited discussion, they finally remembered Bai Lian. Don't say anything. The school principal had already ordered banners. He smiled at the others and said, with Ning Xiao's huge improvement, Bai Lian will definitely enter the top 30, right? Last time, Bai Lian ranked 97th overall. Ning Xiao, 31st. This time Ning Xiao ranked 6th, a terrifying leap. Originally, the school staff were guessing if Bai Lian could join Ning Xiao in the top 30, But now Ningxiao had produced an ace. They thought it wasn't impossible for Bai Lian to make it into the top 30. The teacher entered Bai Lian's student number. Everyone was relaxed. Some were predicting Bai Lian's scores. With Ningxiao before her, they thought the best she could do was a rank in the top 30. After all, her chemistry was a weak point. Haha, this Ningxiao is really good. I wonder how Tang Ming did. Right, check his as well later. Let's see. Hey, look, are the scores out? Their voices stopped abruptly. Because Bai Lian's scores were out and the principal of Xianxia First Middle School leaped to the computer, scrutinizing the scores from top to bottom. Name: Bai Lian. Subject: Score, Rank Chinese, 150, 1 Mathematics, 150, 1 English, 131, 17 Science Comprehensive, 261, 4 Total Score, 692, 1 First Overall in Beijing. The principal's mind buzzed. He felt that this moment would be recorded in the annals of Xianxia First Middle School's history because he vaguely saw the provincial top scholar was waving at him. Chapter 328. 126 Refusing the Principal of Beijing. Who is the first? Part 1. Under one, the quiet office was almost motionless, apart from the occasional breeze that drifted through. The group of teachers who had been enthusiastically gathered around the computer were now silently staring at the text displayed on the screen. Overall first place. She's first. First? How did she test so well? A teacher gradually came to terms with the result. She surpassed Song Min? Is there really someone in Beijing who can outperform Song Min? Last year's high school examination was already the talk of the town. In both Beijing and Jianghu, people were betting on the top 3 spots, and for the past couple of years, every senior student in Beijing lived in the shadow of Song Min. Even among geniuses, there are barriers. Today, none of the teachers present in Xianxia thought anyone could score higher than Song Min. The principal, who had been holding his breath since seeing the scores, finally let out a long sigh of relief. The last time Bai Lian ranked 97th, everyone was shocked. Despite the shock, everyone could accept it back then because there were 3 or 4 students in the school who made it into the top 100 in the province, and Ningxiao was ranked 31st. At this term's finals, Ningxiao's performance was already shocking enough. Nobody expected the ultimate trump card to be Bai Lian. At this moment, not to mention the homeroom teachers who maintained a stable mood in their classes. Even the usually composed and calm Lu Lingxi was stunned by this turn of events. Is she a monster or what? Who jumps from 450 points straight to 692 in one semester? Some homeroom teachers began to lose their composure. After all, when Bai Lian first came to the school, she had transferred from humanities to science, with 0 in biology and 0 in chemistry. She definitely hid her abilities at the start, one teacher analyzed. Otherwise, with her physics being so good, how could her biology and chemistry scores possibly be 0? With this reasoning, the other teachers found it easier to accept. After all, watching someone go from 0 to passing in chemistry in one semester was quite distressing for them. Did Bai Lian not study chemistry much before this? There were believers before, but now hardly anyone believes it. After some discussion among the teachers, they relaxed and were finally able to face the results head-on. Is she a genius on the same level as Song Min? Song Min's reputation as a genius was known by everyone at all the major high schools over the past 3 years. I don't know, someone suddenly looked towards Lu Lingxi. Can Bai Lian maintain her lead? I wonder how much Song Min scored this time. Scoring first place once doesn't prove much. It's consistent dominance like Song Min's, who has been at the top for years, that shows stability. Song Min's name has already become an adjective. The fate is yet undecided. The college entrance exam determines the final outcome. Whether she can maintain it or not. Congratulations in advance, Principal. I think we've got the top 3 spots in the college entrance exam locked down. Many factors come into play in the college entrance exam. This test might have played to Bai Lian's strengths. With 1 term left, although Bai Lian scored first this time, most people still hold Song Min in awe. 4 other students to take first place from Song Min even once is quite a feat. Don't be so timid, the homeroom teacher of Class 8 pulled out his personal savings and slapped them on the table. I bet Bai Lian will take the Beijing top scholar title. Who wants to bet with me? I'll bet on Bai Lian too. The principal was actually daring in his own right, though he had no cash at hand. So he turned to Lu Lingxi to borrow money. But the teaching resources in Beijing are so much better than ours. Nobody knows if Song Min just made a mistake this time. Some teachers hesitated, placing their bets on Song Min. Teacher Lu, lend me some money. The only person in the room who controlled the financial power, Lu Lingxi. Beijing High School. The homeroom teacher of the international class also found it hard to believe the news. He looked at the two names on the list, Bai Lian, Ning Xiao. Indeed, from the moment it was known that Song Min wasn't first, the school was abuzz. 692 points, one more than Song Min, the homeroom teacher turned to the principal, with a perfect score in mathematics, and there's another student named Ning Xiao, who scored 279 in science, 5 points higher than Song Min. What exactly happened with Song Min this time? The principal frowned. After pondering for a moment, the homeroom teacher, who hadn't yet seen the two students' papers, said, "Recently Bai Xiaoqi has been practicing the piano a lot. He might have neglected his studies because of that. I discussed it with him this morning. He didn't perform well in the science subjects or mathematics. It's good that there was a mistake this time. Otherwise, without any pressure, he would stay in the same place." Just what place is this Xianxia High School? The principal, learning that both students came from the same school, also from Xianxia High School, said, "Such talented students, and they aren't from our school?" A region on the fringes long since forgotten by the people of Beijing. He lowered his head to carefully observe Bai Lian and Ning Xiao's scores. Chapter 329. 126 Refusing the Principal of Beijing. Who is the first? Part 1. Under Satu, the pressure of scoring 150 in mathematics was truly suffocating. He really coveted these two students, although their scores might not be as consistently high as Song Min's. "Principal, it's really a waste to keep these students in Xianxia High School," the Dean of Instruction spoke up. "We in Beijing have better educational resources. We can access Jianghu's exam papers every month and have spots in the training camp, providing them with a superior education." Regardless of whether the two students' grades could stabilize, they were undoubtedly the target of competition for every major elite high school. The principal nodded. How could he possibly pass up this opportunity? "I know, I've already applied to the Xianxia Department of Education, asking them to transfer directly to the international class. I'm waiting for Xianxia High School to send me their files." The dean's eyes lit up, looking forward to seeing the two new students at the start of the term. No teacher at Beijing High School believed the two students from Xianxia High School would refuse. After all, in Beijing, there was nobody who didn't know about the international class, the best class in the entire city, overflowing with resources, only accessible to high achievers. Even if influential people tried to force their way in, those who didn't meet the standard would still be expelled. The most notable example was Bai Lian, who had been in the international class for less than 2 days. Who would have thought that the top student they now wanted to invite was the very one they had kicked out before? Bai Lian was still at the airport, holding a conspicuous sign while waiting for Jianghu Lai. Jianghu Lai had left before her, owing to the Jiang family's annual payment of a large additional fee to the airport, for usage in air traffic control, which allowed them to queue for landing slots. He had departed from Danping City and, although he flew out earlier, he arrived around the same time as Bai Lian. From the corner, Bai Lian could easily spot the person approaching at a slow pace. His aura was cold, and his face was exceptionally handsome, but his expression was indifferent. His pale eyes as bloodless as ice, deterring anyone from staring. Compared to him, Bai Lian, who was leaning lazily against her suitcase, seemed approachable enough that several people dared to come up and chat. The boy who just stepped forward wanting Bai Lian's WeChat, noticed a deathly glare and couldn't help but turn his head, only to meet those deep and chilling icy eyes. He shivered. With a swift change of direction, he walked briskly towards the luggage claim area. "Let's go," Jianghu Lai said as he went to help her with the suitcase. "They are waiting for us in the parking lot." Today they were headed to the training camp, where food and lodging were free for the entire winter training session. The course would last for roughly 20 days, with Ning Xiao and Tang Ming also attending. "I've got nothing but books here," Bai Lian said. The airport was warm as Jianghu had provided her with a white down jacket that she didn't wear, handing it to Jianghu Lai. "You help me with the jacket." Bai Lian's suitcase had very few clothes but was filled with books. It was quite heavy, yet she didn't let Jianghu Lai carry it. She just stuffed the down jacket into his hands. Jianghu Lai. He had something to say, but Bai Lian didn't give him the chance to retort as a call from Xianxia came through. It was from Lu Lingxi. Teacher, Bai Lian gripped her suitcase tightly, gave Zhang Fulai a look, and signaled him to lead the way. Zhang Fulai looked at the suitcase in her hand somewhat sullenly. Then he started walking ahead. Bai Lian trailed a step behind him, slowly, chatting with Lu Lingxi. Do you know your total score this time? Lu Lingxi threw out a bait. Bai Lian knew her own score well enough, she sighed. Less than 700. After their exams, Zhang Fulai had inquired about their results and reviewed the papers. Ever since he knew Tang Ming ranked third in the school, Zhang Fulai had been telling them not to limit their vision to Xianxia High School. In Biqing's final exams, there were not a few who scored above 700. Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, and Tang Ming were all well aware of this. Unknown to Lu Lingxi, detecting a hint of regret in Bai Lian's voice, the teacher was puzzled. There was little point in continuing this conversation. Beijing High School wants you and Ning Xiao to transfer to their international class next semester. Lu Lingxi brought the topic back, speaking seriously. Beijing High School? Bai Lian almost didn't have to think about it. Oh, I'm not going. You're not going? Lu Lingxi was surprised. She had discussed with the principal, and although he wanted Bai Lian to stay at Xianxia High School, they both understood that the best teaching staff was in Beijing. The principal and I both suggest you go there. It would allow you to maximize your potential to the fullest. Bai Lian, please consider it carefully once more. You can still keep your enrollment at Xianxia even if you go to Beijing. Lu Lingxi hoped Bai Lian would reconsider seriously for another couple of days. Chapter 330. 126 Refusing the Principal of Beijing. Who is the first? Part 1. _3 Bai Lian hung up the phone. In fact, she didn't need to think at all. No matter how much time she was given, there was only one answer for Lu Lingxi. After all, if she had wanted to stay in Beijing High School, she would never have returned to Xianxia. Jianghu was much smaller than Beijing, but it also had more than a dozen districts. Xinjiang District was at the center of the city, while Yunshao District and Chang'an District were the places bustling with university life and economic development. The Su family lived in Mingfeng District, closer to the outskirts. The old residence of the Su family. Madame Su, dressed in a black cotton-padded jacket with her gray hair coiled up at the back of her head, stood by the warm pond in the backyard of the old villa feeding fish, accompanied by a woman in a black coat who looked efficient and capable. The butler appeared quietly. Where are they? Madame Su asked. She held a shiny black cane in one hand and grabbed a handful of fish feed from a jar beside her, casually scattering it into the slightly steaming pond where a group of koi fish leaped out of the water to snatch up the feed. Ever since she knew of Ji Mulan, Madame Su had no intention of letting her pass through these gates. But because of Bai Lian, Madame Su had consented this time to Su En bringing Bai Lian back to the old house. Meanwhile, the woman in the coat looked surprised as she turned her head. This was Su Shujia, Su En's sister. Old lady, Bai Lian didn't come, the butler reported in a soft voice. Who is Bai Lian? Su Shujia asked. The butler explained to Su Shujia, Ji Mulan's daughter. Su Shujia was surprised. She wasn't very familiar with Ji Mulan, but she had taken the time to come back for Su En's remarriage. Now looking at Madame Su, she said, What kind of person is her daughter, to have aroused your personal attention? Quite curious. Madame Su spoke indifferently. A person from the border town, nothing special about her. Just good-looking. She had Bai Lian's information. It was said that she barely made it into college. That's so, Su Shujia immediately lost interest. Why haven't I seen her come here? It's her first time in Jianghu, the butler recalled Xin Qing's performance and Bai Lian's words and actions. You can tell she really wants to fit in. Right now, she's probably out having fun. Young people love to go sightseeing and post on their social circles. Never having been on a plane before, and if she had traveled in economy class, she wouldn't have said that first class felt too small. The butler judged that Bai Lian was probably out enjoying herself in Jianghu University at this moment. Going to check in at the entrance of Jianghu University. Perhaps Su Wanyao even took her inside the campus. After all, she came from a humble background, Madame Su looked up, but that's also good, easy to handle. She had seen all sorts of people. People like Bai Lian and Shen Qing, as long as they were provided with sufficiently superior conditions, would not be willing to leave. Jianghu Airport. Mrs. Song and her party finally waited for Song Min. Song Min carried only a backpack. quietly walking out of the VIP exit. What's wrong? Bai Xiaoqi immediately sensed that Song Min was in a bad mood. The others couldn't help but look over, as Song Min was respected for his status and academic achievements in Beijing, and he was also learning finance with the Song family, always appearing refined and aloof. Even in front of Bai Xiaoqi, he was in no way inferior. The young man had a strong sense of pride. This kind of subdued mood was rare. Weren't you waiting for your results? Mrs. Song smiled as she looked at Song Min. Could it be that there was a mistake in math again? Everyone present knew that Song Min had scored second in math last time, which is why he had put a lot of effort into math in the last 2 months. Mrs. Song guessed that Song Min might not have achieved his desired result in math again. It's nothing, Bai Xiaoqi also guessed this, and after asking about the results, Song Min hadn't replied to her messages. A temporary slip-up is no big deal. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. You're always first, why compete with yourself? Mrs. Song and Bai Qiming both nodded in agreement. Song Min had dominated the entire high school scene in Beijing for more than 2 years, never failing to come first in every major or minor exam. Therefore, no one present thought Song Min would fall to another rank. The ever-silent Song Min finally looked up. I'm not the first this time. Ah. Then which place did you get? Mrs. Song stopped incredulous. If not you, then who else could it be? Bai Qiming looked at Song Min, a thought crossing his mind. Could it be Xiaoqi? Song Min, I don't know, I'm also waiting for a message from our class teacher. It was at that moment when the class teacher sent over the results for the first place. Chapter 331, 127 meets Song Min at the training camp, second update. _1 After the results came out, the school checked the international class student scores immediately. Song Min originally only wanted to know whether he was first in math, but to his surprise, not only was he not first in math, he was second in overall score too. Looking at the entire class, there was no first place either, which could only mean one possibility. The first place belonged to a student from another school. They didn't know the scores from other schools, but fortunately, his school could access and review the score reports. Song Min was anxious to get to Jianghu and had told his homeroom teacher to inform him as soon as there was news about the first place. Finally, he received the results for first place. Song Min quickly opened his phone to check. Homeroom teacher. Total score 692. A student from Xianxia No. 1 High School, 1 point higher than you. Song Min stared at the 692. It was only a 1-point difference, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't as suffocating as a perfect 150 in math. 1 point higher in total score, this person is. Song Min began, furrowing his brows, from Xianxia No. 1 High School. Because of Bai Lian, he had a very negative impression of Xianxia. Xianxia No. 1 High School? Bai Qiming, upon hearing it wasn't Bai Xiaoqi, was somewhat disappointed. Then upon hearing the words Xianxia, his face turned cold. Mrs. Song's expression also changed. Off to the side, Mr. Een was surprised, attempting to lighten the mood with a smile. Just Xianxia No. 1 High School, why the long faces? Bai Xiaoqi glanced at Bai Qiming, whose face had darkened, but did not respond. It wasn't until they got into the car that Mrs. Song spoke in a low voice to explain to her brother. The incident with Bai Lian last time hadn't been pretty, and her voice grew colder as she mentioned Bai Lian. Xianxia is where Song Min's former fiancé is currently living. You two shouldn't be arranging marriage matches so young. Knowing he had asked a foolish question, Mr. Een shook his head. It would be best to let the matter rest here. No one present wanted to mention Bai Lian. Mr. Een changed the subject. His voice was mild as he said, I'll take you to the Een family first. Xiaoqi still has to go to the music academy later, right? In a few days, there's a banquet, and I will take Xiaoqi with me. If Xiaoqi can catch the eye of that family. Upon saying this, Mr. Een stopped speaking, not daring to go on. Bai Xiaoqi observed his demeanor, her eyes narrowing slightly. She had always been aware of Mrs. Song's extraordinary concern for her Guzheng performance and her insistence on practicing the white-robed journey. But she had never known why. Don't put pressure on Xiaoqi, just perform as usual. Mrs. Song did not mention Song Min's results again to prevent him from feeling stressed, and added to Bai Xiaoqi, tomorrow when I have time, I'll take you to look at evening gowns. The car slowly entered Jianghu. Mr. Een took them directly to the Een family's house, engaging in casual conversation with Bai Qiming. The Yin family moved to Beihong district just a couple of years ago. Look, it's right up ahead. He pointed to a villa in front of them, a hint of pride in his words. This place was a bit far from Xinjiang district. Bai Xiaoqi looked but did not see a bustling area. However, she didn't inquire further. After everyone got out of the car, Bai Xiaoqi asked Bai Qiming in a lowered voice, "Why is the Yin family living here? If they can't buy in Xinjiang district, what about Chang'an district?" Bai Xiaoqi had visited Bai Xiaoka in Chang'an district. Jianghu University and Jianghu Music Academy are both located in Chang'an district. Xiaoqi, being able to move into Beihong district is already quite good. Bai Qiming looked at Bai Xiaoqi, his eyes profound, having visited Jianghu many times. For my Bai family to move into Jianghu, we can't even settle in the outermost areas, let alone Beihong district. As for the Chang'an district you mentioned, at least it should be a place where your brother, a university president and an academician, could reside. Is that so? Bai Xiaoqi, who had lived in an ordinary residential area in Beijing with her mother for over a decade and seldom visited Jianghu, was hearing this kind of statement for the first time. In Beijing, as long as you had money, you could buy a house anywhere. She was completely shocked that wealth couldn't guarantee you a home here. If Jianghu University's president lives in Chang'an district, then who are the people in Xinjiang district? Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoqi finally received a message from her homeroom teacher about her own grades. Science Comprehensive, 251. 9 total score. 653. 7 After reading down the list, Bai Xiaoqi's face changed dramatically. She had always ranked in at least the top 5, if not the top 3. Even though she had devoted more time to the Guzheng recently, her total score shouldn't have fallen to 7th place. She pursed her lips and sent the scores to Bai Xiaoka to see. In the international class group chat, today was somewhat explosive. Most people's ranks had fallen compared to before, and the rumor du jour was that Song Min wasn't first, a dark horse out of nowhere. I heard they're coming to our class next semester. This news exploded throughout the international class. Chapter 332, 127 meets Song Min at the training camp, second update. _2 Bai Lian also received messages from a friend. Friend, screenshot. Friend. Ha ha ha, Song Min didn't get first place in the exam, I'm dying of laughter. Friend, I've decided to eat 3 pieces of cake today. Friend, I have no idea who the hero was that did it, but I'm thrilled. Bai Lian. Friend. When the two chatted, they often weren't on the same wavelength. After Bai Lian finished, she went back to her English reading page, while Jiang He, holding a pillow, was drowsy beside her. Today, because Ning Xiao and Tang Ming were there, Jiang Fulai sat in the front passenger seat. Before long, the car entered the Chang'an campus. As soon as the car stopped, they could see the towering sign at the entrance of the training camp, Boyuan Base. This is a summer camp gathering point established by Mr. Ji himself, Jiang Fulai explained as he got out of the car, putting on a mask and leading the way in. It's for providing mathematical thinking training for high school and college students. High school students participate in special training to experience university courses in advance. And for college students, it's for guaranteed postgraduate opportunities and also to experience top-tier academia. Of course, no matter which stage, applying for Boyuan Base is quite difficult. First, you need a compelling resume. Second, you need a recommendation. Jiang Fulai was always brief in speech, keeping his words concise and to the point. His voice was quite nonchalant too. Unknown to him, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming behind him were feeling utterly exhilarated. Boyuan Base, the foundational base for mathematics and physics established by Jiao Boyuan himself, affiliated with the Mathematics and Physics College of Jianghu University, a summer camp base sought after by countless people. As for who Jiao Boyuan was, no one who had participated in mathematics competitions would not know him, the greatest mathematician of modern times. Boyuan Base's publicity room. At the moment, a middle-aged man was lounging in front of a computer, lazily reading a book in his hands. Hearing the sound, he didn't lift his head. Welcome to Boyuan Base. Please fill out the form, take the keys, the dormitory area is out the door to the left. He was halfway through speaking when he suddenly felt the atmosphere was off, an indistinct sense of oppression. The middle-aged man abruptly looked up, and saw the tall, slender figure of Jiang Fulai approaching at an unhurried pace. Jiang. The middle-aged man couldn't complete his sentence. Jianghu Lai glanced over at him with a slight nod. "I've brought 3 students over." With those words he bent slightly and with his pale fingers, he took a form off the table and handed it to Bai Lian, then pulled out a pen and removed the cap. He then gestured for Ning Xiao and Tang Ming to take pens themselves. The middle-aged man who stood up hadn't even closed his mouth yet. He watched dumbfounded as Jianghu Lai naturally passed the registration form and pen to Bai Lian, rubbing his eyes. This world had become fantastical. Only when Bai Lian handed the form back to him did he come to his senses, covertly scrutinizing the girl before him. This girl was wearing a white down jacket that went past her knees, made of cloth, and it had one oversized pocket on each side, onto which Jianghu had embroidered black cats. There were brown vines embroidered on the cuffs, hem, and zipper, adorned with vivid green grape leaves. Plain yet exquisite. Plus that face, beautiful and radiant, one you indeed would not find in Jianghu. The man respectfully escorted the 4 of them out of the office. Then he quickly turned and shut the door behind him, picking up the 3 forms on the table. To be personally brought by young Master Jiang, they must be talents of the rare phenom level, like Jiang Shijue, seen only once in decades. However, he was shocked to see at first glance. These 3 people had such ordinary resumes? Ning Xiao was still decent, with records of awards in math and physics. But this Bai Lian, almost a blank slate. Apart from scoring highly in a training class, she would probably be at the bottom among this batch of students attending the winter and summer camps, right? The next day, Suen didn't return to the old residence. He arranged for the Ji family to stay at his temporary residence, which was also where he settled after marrying Ji Mulan. Knowing that the Ji family had come over, Su Wenyao specifically rushed back to the Su group from Jiangjing University. Although Jiangjing University was on winter break, Su Wenyao was preparing for the graduate entrance exam and had been studying at the university beforehand. "You want to make a reservation for the Chen family's private museum?" Su Wenyao was quite astonished upon hearing Jihang's idea. During the holiday, the Chen family's museum implements visitor restrictions. It might take 10 days. Jihang, hearing this time frame, which nearly matched Ji Mulan's wedding date, could wait. "Please do me the favor." The museum had to be booked officially, and Jihang and Shenqing weren't quite adept at handling it. "You don't have to be so formal with me." Su Wenyao made the reservation for Jihang at the museum, securing a spot 9 days later, which was fairly decent considering it was close to the new year and the waiting time wasn't too long. "How about student Bai Lian? Doesn't she want to apply to Jiangjing University? I was thinking of taking her to have a look when I have the time." Without an accompanying current student, one couldn't enter Jiangjing University. "I'll ask her." Ji Heng wasn't too sure himself since Bai Lian had merely mentioned she was going to study. Ji Heng knew that Bai Lian was devoted to her studies and was also collaborating with Ning Xiao and the others. In this regard, Ji Heng had no doubts. Ji Heng took out his phone and sent Bai Lian a voice message. The winter and summer camps at Boyuan Base offered 3 courses: number theory, analysis, and topology. One simply needed to choose one course to study. Each day included 5 hours of lectures, 3 hours of discussion on topics, and 3 hours of writing out the problem-solving process. This time, because it was a math and physics camp, it was almost all boys, with only Bai Lian and another bespectacled girl present. When Bai Lian and her 2 companions arrived at the classroom, about half the students were already there, and everyone's gaze instinctively turned towards them. Most here were students from the affiliated high school of Jiangjing University, and in such a small circle, everyone only knew a few famous prodigies. While Bai Lian's face was certainly attractive, it was far too unfamiliar. The same was true for Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. These 3 weren't any of the familiar academic gods, nor were they the big names often seen in competitions. Nor were they the famous personas from the Jiangjing app rankings. After a brief glance, they withdrew their attention, losing interest in this group of people. "Ah, I wonder if God of Study can do this problem." Classmates who knew each other discussed softly amongst themselves in the classroom. Bai Lian and her companions calmly took their seats at the back of the room. It was only now that Bai Lian noticed Ji Heng's message. She opened it and listened. Ji Heng was asking where she was. Not knowing the exact address of the street here, she simply sent her location to Ji Heng. "Grandpa, I will come to you after class." As she returned to the main screen, she received a message from Principal Ma. "Principal Ma, are you in Jiangjing?" The reason was that Jianghu Lai had boastfully sent him a picture, leading him to guess Bai Lian was in Jianghu. Bai Lian. Yes, Principal Ma. Where? Meanwhile, at the classroom door, a cold, elegant figure walked in carrying a backpack and books, earning a flurry of glances, which quickly turned indifferent and looked away. Yet another unknown individual, uninteresting to them. For the first time, Song Min, who was usually the center of attention at school, encountered such a situation, though he had anticipated it. This was Jianghu, a place full of talent. With a calm demeanor, he scanned the classroom with his backpack in hand, looking for an empty seat to occupy. As he scanned the room, his gaze landed on the girl sitting at the last row. She was dressed in a light blue shirt, with her white down jacket tossed casually on the table. At that moment, with her gaze lowered, leaning loosely against the chair back, one arm on the table and the other lazily holding a phone, she appeared to be replying to something. The morning sun poured through the windows, bathing her profile in light, serenity incarnate. Feeling the gaze upon her, she slowly lifted her head, lazily looking in his direction, revealing her face in full view. Song Min finally saw her face clearly. His grip tightened on his backpack, incredulous, confirming the guess in his mind. That bright and defiant face, he recognized it. It was Bai Lian. Chapter 333. 128 Genius gathered _1 The Boyuan summer camp in the country has the highest value. Whether for high school or university students who manage to secure a spot at the Boyuan summer camp during the holidays can basically guarantee themselves a postgraduate recommendation. It's second only to the Ross summer camp, but the Boyuan only admits middle school students from within the country, with international students accepted only at the university level. Even so, there is still significant competition for the limited special training spots available to domestic high school students each year. Each session only accepts 30 to 40 students, almost 30 of whom are from the affiliated high schools of Jianghu University, with the other 4 major cities only being allocated 4 or 5 spots each. Basically, studying here means you've already got one foot in Jianghu University. Song Min is the only student from Beiqing High School who came to the Boyuan base. But, why is Bai Lian also here? Bai Lian glanced at him and immediately shifted her gaze away, continuing to reply to Director Ma's message with methodical slowness. Bai Lian. Boyuan. Director Ma was at Jianghu University not far away. Jianghu wasn't sure what Boyuan was about, but Director Ma certainly did. Director Ma. Beside Bai Lian, Ning Xiao was seated one spot away from her, and Tang Ming was right next to Ning Xiao. Both felt an immense pressure as soon as they entered the classroom and were now buried in their notebooks, working on problems. 8 o'clock. The elderly professor with graying hair entered. He wore a gray, thick cotton-padded jacket and held only a set of 9 linked rings made of iron in his hand. You all know topology, right? This subject's prototype, the 9 linked rings, has a history of 5,000 years. I will give you 3 minutes to untie them. Reporting. A male student entered the classroom just on time, holding a thick book. The professor turned his head and then smiled warmly. Liang Wuyu, you're just in time, hand these out to everyone. Whoosh! The entire classroom fell silent. Almost everyone's eyes were on the boy. This was the first time the professor had shown warmth since he entered. After all, the professor himself was a genius. While most students in the classroom were quite smart, he saw so many intelligent people every year, and ordinary geniuses no longer caught his attention. Unless it was a rare genius like Liang Wuyu. Bai Lian also looked up. The heating was on in the classroom. Liang Wuyu took off his long cotton coat, revealing a black knitted sweater, and he held a copy of algebraic number theory in one hand. His complexion was somewhat pale. His thick hair almost reached his eyebrows, and he stretched his hand to receive the 9 linked rings from the professor to distribute them. Liang Wuyu. Isn't he in your class? How come you're all looking at him as if you've never seen him before? We've hardly ever seen him attend class in our grade. He spends most of his time in the lab, and guess what? He scored 739 on the final exam. That's insane, he could be compared to Hewen now, right? And Su Zhiyue only scored 712. Only? The exam questions were set by the Physics Institute and were that difficult. I scored 669, ranked 5th. Honestly, in any other year, I could have been in the top 3. As soon as Liang Wuyu appeared, he set off a stir in the whole room. Compared to the pressure Song Min placed on the entire Beijing, Liang Hui's presence at the affiliated high schools of Jianghu was more of a shadow than pressure. Most people didn't even entertain the thought of comparing themselves to him. The gap was too great. Outside, Tang Ming handed out the 9 linked rings to Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, speaking excitedly in a low voice. Damn, that's Liang Wuyu. The professor even knows him. But how do you solve this? He had never played with the 9 linked rings before. Relying on his intuition, he only made it to the 5th ring. To solve which ring, you have to make sure the preceding ring is on top. Bai Lian nonchalantly solved it, speaking slowly and deliberately. With just one sentence, Tang Ming understood. He looked down and managed to solve the remaining rings within 2 minutes. In the class, most students had already solved it, and then the professor started the presentation. This is just the beginning. You all have good spatial imagination. So we use a point B to represent any spherical neighborhood in this Rn, and now we move on to proving open sets. As the students were all high schoolers, the professor only taught the basics, which were both detailed and humorous. Bai Lian and her companions listened intently. After a morning of classes, the professor brought in some test papers from outside, and scanning the people here, he smiled and said, You all know that here at the Boyuan base, we have an initial assessment score for each person, based on their abilities. We distribute 3 sets of papers, A, B, and C. Let's combine them, and also from today on, everyone needs to prepare for an academic presentation. Liang Wuyu, Paper A. Su Jiyue, Paper A. Chapter 334. 128 Genius gathered under the Ling Xiao, Role B. Song Min, Role C. Ning Xiao, Role C. Bai Lian, Role C. Tang Ming, Role C. There were only a few with Role A, not many with Role B. The majority had Role C. Bai Lian and her 2 companions had Role C in their hands. Tang Ming looked down at the paper in his hand. Even Role C is this difficult. I can't imagine what kind of deity is capable of doing Role A. People gradually left the classroom. Tang Ming stood at the classroom door talking to several people. When Bai Lian stood up with her cotton-padded coat, she saw the only other girl with short hair besides her, standing 2 meters away from Tang Ming and the others, glancing up at Tang Ming and the others, then fiddling with her bag strap over and over again. She wore a white mask, glasses, and a hat, wanting to come forward but not daring to. Bai Lian put on her coat and pulled Tang Ming aside. You're blocking her way. The other boys also stepped aside. Seeing the way clear, the girl quickly lowered her head and walked by, not lifting her head as she went out the door. Luckily, Bai Lian had sharp ears and heard a very quiet, thank you. Huh. Tang Ming only saw a blur, never catching a glimpse of the girl's face. Sis, Ninggu, these are all people from the affiliated middle school. Tang Ming introduced these few boys to the 2 of them. Clearly they were from the same class. This is Ling Xiao, he has Role B, he's very impressive, an IMO gold medalist. Tang Ming finished with a heavy introduction of the leading boy. Ning Xiao was amazed, staring at Ling Xiao in surprise. A gold medalist could only get Role B? Ling Xiao wore black-rimmed glasses, appearing honest and steady, accustomed to such gazes, he simply said. Nice to meet you, if you run into any problems during the academic speech later, you can ask me. That was a polite decline to joining Bai Lian and her group for the academic speech team. Thank you, Bai Lian said thanks. They were thankful, surely, but asking was out of the question. Otherwise, young Master Jiang would remember them for 100 days. Our sister is also very good at math, Tang Ming added. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's group glanced at Tang Ming, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with the remark. They were different from Tang Ming. This wasn't their first time at Boyuan Base. They saw different students coming here from various places each time. Boyuan Base was a gathering place for geniuses. All these people were top students from their respective places, prideful at heart, but these top students from other places were quite different from them. After today's exam, Tang Ming would start to become introspective and wouldn't be so confident anymore. In the afternoon, there was a 3-hour academic exchange. Those who were here were all favored children of the heavens, and some of them had befriended everyone in the class. Bai Lian and other foreign students from the 4 major cities had fewer ads. After the academic exchange, Bai Lian didn't stay at the base. Jianghu told her to go have dinner at Su En's place. Bai Lian packed her things and left. Song Min chased after her at this moment, his gaze complex. Bai Lian, how come you're here? He knew about Bai Lian's grades. She was almost clueless in science, vividly remembering when the homeroom teacher had moved her to the liberal arts class. Later, it seemed she had transferred to science, but back then Song Min didn't care much about Bai Lian. He hadn't paid attention. Recently, however, he heard from his mother that Ji Mulan had married into the Jiangjing family, possibly recommended by someone from Jiangjing. But what qualifications did she use to get in? He had many questions. Bai Lian, looking at her phone with her head down, barely lifted her head, her face pale and expression indolent and cold. Excuse me. 2 words without emotion. The past Song Min was extremely impatient with Bai Lian, preferring to solve a couple more math problems rather than talk more words with her. But the current Bai Lian now felt utterly unfamiliar to him. Song Min subconsciously stepped aside. Bai Lian passed by him toward the Boyuan base gate. At the gate, Zhang Fulai was waiting for her. While buckling her seatbelt, Bai Lian told Zhang Fulai the address. The Su family office building was in Yunshao district. Yunshao district is the economic center of Jiangjing, right across from Chang'an district, with Xinjiang district in between. It is a bit far to cross the districts, but it's not yet 5 o'clock, and the traffic isn't bad. What did you send to Academician Ma? Bai Lian leaned back in her seat with a relaxed posture, tilting her head to look at him. Zhang Fulai was quite unperturbed. Nothing. The corners of his lips, slightly pursed, appeared extremely aloof. If it were someone else, they wouldn't dare to glance at him at this moment. The only connection Bai Lian had with Academician Ma was through Zhang Fulai, which she didn't believe for a second. It wasn't until a 2-minute red light that she spoke up, "Open WeChat." Zhang Fulai. He silently took out his phone to show Bai Lian. Academician Ma. Give me Zhang He too. Zhang Fulai. Academician Ma. It would be best if you come along. Zhang Fulai didn't pay him any attention. Academician Ma. Bai Lian is also studying quantum mechanics, did you know? Academician Ma. Odd, she actually isn't studying dark matter. Zhang Fulai. Smile, Zhang Fulai. Photo, Zhang Fulai. I'm going to help her get clothes now, don't bother me. Academician Ma. Bai Lian, having read the entire conversation. Much to her relief, young Master Zhang was quite polite. She handed the phone back to Zhang Fulai, whose phoenix eyes swept indifferently over her before reaching out to take the phone, his right hand elegantly resting on the steering wheel, noble yet forbidding. Although you've gone to study quantum mechanics, if you're unhappy, I won't send any more messages. It's all right. Bai Lian replied. No. Send whatever you like. Oh. Yunshao District. The largest hotel there is Yunshao Hotel, towering into the clouds. With over 70 floors, Suan had reserved the top-floor private room. At this moment, Xin Qing sat on the luxurious sofa in the private room, extremely restrained, not daring to shift even a bit. The butler represented the elderly lady, standing to one side with a smile. Miss Shen, there is afternoon tea over there, Xianxia's speciality. You might like to try some. He pointed to the cakes displayed on the left. Shen Qing eyed the cakes, attractive in appearance, and the various wines, uncertain of how to proceed. I'm not hungry. She picked up a cup of tea. The butler withdrew his gaze. Ji Mulan glanced at Shen Qing and pursed her lips slightly, the smile at her mouth fading somewhat. Su En and Jianghu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the lights slowly coming on outside. Jianghu looked down at the bustling streets. Jiangjing is still so lively. It was almost in a different world compared to Xianxia. The lights aren't fully on yet, Su En pointed to the square below. After 7 o'clock, this place turns into a city that never sleeps. Some live in a drunken dream, while others are in constant anxiety. Hearing what Jianghu said, Su En couldn't help but give him an extra glance. He and Zu's assistant had always known that Jianghu was exceptional in his conversation, but he was still curious about the Ji family members. Downstairs. Such nonsense. Su Shujie had just got off work and ran into Su Wenyao, her brow furrowed in disapproval. Are these Ji family people really worth putting down your books for? Su Wenyao's efforts, particularly those of Zhiyue, were well known to her. Especially Zhiyue. During the new year when a bunch of people visited the Su family, she would stay in her room working on assignments, avoiding social interactions. Su Wenyao, preparing for graduate school, also reduced the frequency of his home visits. The elderly lady was so afraid of disturbing his studies that she couldn't bear to bother him with even the smallest matters. "Auntie," Su Wenyao spoke as amicably as ever. "After all, Auntie Ji is about to marry my dad." "Enough, don't give me that official talk," Su Shujie glanced at him, uninterested in the affairs of the Ji family. "I don't care about the rest, just don't let their matters interrupt your and Ziyu's studies." The Su family had grown to its current state, where the elderly lady paid great attention to the social status and background of potential spouses for Su En. She didn't approve of Su En's previous partner either. That woman left Su En eventually and swiftly married a foreigner. It was clear that Ji Mulan didn't meet the elderly lady's expectations, as she was quite critical of her. But Su En didn't care for her opinion at all, moving out to live with Ji Mulan, which made the elderly lady even more displeased with Ji Mulan. "Would you like to come up?" Su Wenyao asked. Chapter 335, 129 Show-Off License Plate, Shopping Spree at Buyuan, Second Update. Undersir 1 Su Shujie waved her hand away. She had met Ji Mulan before, a bit arrogant, but lacking in shrewdness and experience. "I won't go," she had no expectations for the Ji family, just waved her hand dismissively, then lowered her voice. "I heard that the Chen family is moving into the pharmaceutical field. They've just entered the industry. There's a lot of opportunity." Su Wenyao paused at the mention of the Chen family. Then he bid farewell to Su Shujie and went upstairs. Su Shujie got into her car and instructed the driver to head to the intersection ahead. A black Hongqi car passed them by, with every vehicle around it seemingly willing to keep a 2-meter distance. In the back seat, Su Shujie was also shocked to see that car. How could that license plate be in Yunshao district? Yunshao Hotel. As the car pulled to a stop, the valet quickly went up and, before Bai Lian even realized, opened the door for her. Bai Lian casually unbuckled her seatbelt, pondering that young Master Zhang's presence was becoming increasingly powerful, forcing other cars to keep their distance even through the vehicle's barriers. She was completely unaware of the significance of the car's body and license plate. "Thank you." She expressed her gratitude to the young man. The valet, seeing her beautiful face, thought it was rare for someone so attractive and polite to be in such a car, and hurriedly shook his head. Young Master Zhang silently watched her leave. He had no choice but to return to Boyuan base to give a lecture to those two who he couldn't quite understand. Upstairs, in the private room, Ji Mulan saw how busy Su Wenyao was and felt discontent that Bai Lian, who was yet to arrive, had kept them waiting. Especially since Ji Hang and Su En had been there since 4 o'clock. When Bai Lian finally arrived, Ji Mulan couldn't help but go to the door, her voice low. "Where have you been? Why make them wait so long? Any other day would do to see the sights of Jiangjing." "Just to see if you'd call the police." Bai Lian glanced at her. Then she bypassed Ji Mulan and walked inside. Ji Mulan. Standing by the French window, Ji Hang and Su En turned around and took their seats at the dining table upon hearing of Bai Lian's arrival. The two had no complaints about waiting for Bai Lian. They both knew she was dedicated to her studies, especially Su En, who thought she must have been at the library. "How come Shu Yun didn't come?" Su En asked Su Wenyao. Qi Shuyun had been introduced to Su Wenyao by the old lady as his girlfriend quite early on. They had been in the same class since junior high, and the old lady liked her very much. "She didn't have time," answered Su Wenyao, looking up. Su En nodded and refrained from asking further. The butler, who was just attending to their drinks, overheard and cast his gaze downward, knowing the old lady would never have let Miss Qi meet with these people. They talked among themselves, while Bai Lian did not join in. She was busy eating and looking at her phone, which displayed a message from He-Wan. "He-Wan, boss. Thank you." Bai Lian. 1. He-Wan, why don't you want to be the first author? This was about He-Wan's paper. He was good at physics and his math was also excellent, but there were few in the lab who could match him. His paper delved a bit into quantum mechanics, which Ma Institute's director saw from the beginning. Further examples needed a particle wave model and the Boltzmann equation. Strong mathematical groundwork was necessary, so Zhang Fulai recommended Bai Lian to He-Wan. After working together on the model, He-Wan realized that Zhang Fulai's recommendation wasn't just any genius. She solved a long-standing issue for him, and he wanted to put Bai Lian as the first author. Bai Lian had asked Zhang Fulai the significance of being the first author, and didn't feel she deserved much credit in He-Wan's paper. so she let him list her as the second author. But Hewen didn't understand. Bai Lian, shut up, she was blunt. Hewen, okay. After Hewen's reply, the small group chat between her, Tang Ming, and Ning Xiao buzzed. Tang Ming, Jiang bro is so moody today. Tang Ming, sis, when are you coming back? Tang Ming, crying. Bai Lian, just be smart about it. At the side, while others were chatting casually, the butler glanced at Bai Lian, who was still engrossed in her phone. Ji Mulan noticed it too. She really wanted to say, don't play with your phone while eating. But she feared Bai Lian might retort with a forthright, I will play in front of everyone. She dared not utter the words. Do you want to visit Jianghu University? Su Wanyao was seated next to Bai Lian and struck up a conversation. I'm heading back to school in a bit, I can take you there. Upon hearing this, the butler cast a glance at Bai Lian. He had anticipated this and was not surprised, though his brow furrowed slightly. He and Su Shujie thought alike, feeling Su Wanyao was wasting too much time on this family. Chapter 336, 129 Show-Off License Plate, Shopping Spree at Boyuan, Second Update. _2 Bai Lian placed her phone on the table. Upon hearing the words, she lowered her eyelashes and responded, not going for now. She said she was not going for the time being. Su Wanyao was taken aback, then smiled. All right, just let me know when you're going, you have my number. Bai Lian stayed at Yunxiao Hotel with Shen Qing, returning to Boyuan base early the next morning to take today's C paper. The difficulty of C paper was apparent, and Bai Lian had roughly figured it out during the 3 hours that afternoon. She took a pen and began to write down the process on a blank sheet of paper. She was downstairs early the next morning. She was an early riser, but Jianghu Lai was up even earlier. After Bai Lian got into the car, she remembered what Tang Ming had said last night about the sourness of Jiang Gongzi's demeanor and took another look at him. His expression was cool and detached, no different from before. Jianghu Lai slowly drove onto the main road and arched his eyebrows at her, as if asking why. It's nothing. Bai Lian turned on the Bluetooth and connected to the car speakers. English essays began to play softly inside the car. When they reached Boyuan base, it wasn't even 7 o'clock yet. Bai Lian went straight to the lecture theater. Although it was still early for the 8 o'clock start, most people were already there, making Bai Lian's arrival relatively late. This learning culture added pressure to the people from the other 4 major cities. Except for Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. When Bai Lian arrived, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming gave up their seats inside and introduced her to the others. These are students from the 4 major cities. This is Pei Qin, this is Song Min. Boyuan base did not have a grading system, but there would be an academic presentation. Generally, groups with more than 5 members could research and produce something. Local students from Jianghu naturally stayed together and did not team up with outsiders. Each year, people from the 4 major cities would automatically form a team, and this year was no different. Song Min sat calmly in front of Tang Ming, not speaking to Bai Lian. The two acted as if they did not know each other. I am good at number theory, the boy with the buzz cut raised his hand. I can handle the number theory part. Pei Qin, my main research in the competition is on fluid physics, said Pei Qin sparingly. Everyone began to explain their specialties and their roles in the team. All these individuals had participated in similar activities before, so their arrangements were all quite rational. Physics, said Ning Xiao. Mathematics, said Tang Ming. Last was the only female in their group. Bai Lian sat down, took off her coat and said, everything. Normally, people had their own strengths, but Bai Lian was actually studying both mathematics and physics, so she just compromised. The others were taken aback. In fact, they had all heard a bit about one another. Pei Qin and Song Min were famous geniuses in their respective provinces and cities, each with their specialties. Only the 3 including Bai Lian were unknown to the others. Studying everything meant there was nothing she excelled in particularly. But the expectations for the only female in the group were not that high. Song Min just frowned and glanced at Bai Lian. Hey, the buzz-cut boy laughed. He was the lively sort, just like Tang Ming. Do you guys know who's coming to lecture us today? Bai Lian looked down and continued reading her book. The rest were very curious. Who? Gao Zhechen, Dr. Gao, the boy said mysteriously. My uncle by marriage told me, it's a surname Gao. One had to have strong personal capabilities as well as a certain family background to be here, as not just anyone could be a recommender. Hence, they were privy to lots of information. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, unfamiliar with the Jiangjing scene, did not speak up but listened intently. Dr. Gao. Song Min looked up in astonishment, obviously recognizing the name. Yes, the genius almost as famous as Senior He-Wan, Pei Qin also spoke up. You know about He-Wan, right? The elite student of Jianghu University, it said that he's now in that lab. Their voices were filled with mystery. This made Ning Xiao and Tang Ming curious as well. Xianxia was almost cut off from the world, and their information was far less extensive than that of the others. Upon hearing the name He-Wan, Bai Lian was taken aback, then lifted her head up. Though this female student appeared indolent, she gave off an air of being hard to approach. Now that she finally seemed interested, the buzz-cut boy proudly said, "That's right, He-Wan from Xiqing, who got into Jianghu University on his own merit," he talked on and on. Bai Lian was surprised. "Is he that impressive?" The buzz-cut boy. As the conversation continued, someone suddenly turned around from the front row and looked back at the group sarcastically. "What Xiqing? Senior He-Wan is clearly from our affiliated high school. Also, stop appraising Senior He-Wan. He's not someone you can casually comment on. What dreams are you few chasing? As for whether he's impressive, that's not for you to speculate. Wait until you become elite students of Jianghu University and have your names engraved on the stone behind the statues of famous people. Then talk." Jianghu University had a long history, with its founder Liang Zuan leading the way, followed by his disciple Bai Shengjuan, and then a succession of talented historical figures. Behind the statues was a large stone where only the names of elite students from Jianghu University could be carved. This was the dream of everyone who got into Jianghu University. But having one's name alongside the statues of historical figures was exceedingly difficult, and a new student might not even make it in a year. Most of the names engraved were offspring from scholarly families, with He-Wan being the only one who rose from humble beginnings to great prominence, a textbook example. Those in academic research revered talents greatly. He-Wen's motivational story won him many fans in the academic world. "Stop it," Tang Ming signaled to the boy with the buzz cut and Bai Lian to cease their discussion. Bai Lian furrowed her brows, looking towards the person who had spoken. "Calm down," Tang Ming's internal alarms went off, and he quickly grabbed Bai Lian's arm. "Harmony, democracy, civility, rule of law." Bai Lian withdrew her gaze. Her phone on the table lit up. She glanced at it. "Headmaster Ma, location." "Headmaster Ma, what a coincidence, I ended up at Boyuan base while out shopping." Chapter 337, 130 Prestigious Families. A fortunate encounter under one. Bai Lian pondered for a moment. She knew that Academician Ma was over 70 years old, and couldn't imagine how he managed to go shopping with Pu Xiaohan. "Bai Jian, Academician Ma, be careful since Board Road is slippery. Don't fall down." The weather in Jiangjing was colder than in Xiangqing, and parts of the smaller paths in Boyuan had iced over. Given the advanced age of some individuals, a fall could be significant, so she reminded Academician Ma. Academician Ma. Academician Ma was ignoring her, but Bai Lian didn't mind. She took out a notebook from her backpack and a black pen, then used her free time to organize the shorthand music score. It was only the second day, and clear cliques had already started to form among the classes at the special training camp. Representatives of the student elite, like Liang Wuyu, sat in the first row, followed by outstanding students from Jiangjing's affiliated schools, like Ling Ziyao, sitting toward the middle. Bai Lian and students from the 4 major cities all sat in the last 2 rows on the left side of the classroom. From yesterday's distribution of test papers by the professor, it was apparent that the distinction was akin to that between a master's direct disciples, ordinary disciples, and mixed-race children. In front of Bai Lian, a male student with a crew cut showed strong leadership skills. He was allocating parts of the presentation they were responsible for. Ning Xiao is in charge of research, surveys, and setting the direction. Pei Qin will handle data analysis for the practice section, data collection. Also Pei Qin, you and Ning Xiao need to determine the model and integrate classification. Bai Lian, you're going to write the results and the report with me. Oh right, Im Wang Su, this is my WeChat QR code. Everyone scan it so I can create a group chat for better communication. It was evident that Wang Su had spent the previous night researching everyone to delegate tasks sensibly. Their voices were quite soft. Wang Su had added many people yesterday, but only Bai Lian and Ning Xiao had yet to add him. He let Ning Xiao scan the code first and then moved 2 seats over to place his phone in front of Bai Lian. As Bai Lian was scanning his QR code, Wang Su happened to see what she was writing in her notebook, the shorthand music score, and such. What is this? He didn't understand it. However, Bai Lian appeared very relaxed, which was remarkable in such a tense academic atmosphere. Luckily, he had assigned relatively simple tasks to himself and Bai Lian, such as drafting academic presentation papers. Among the few of them, it was likely that only he and Bai Lian were slightly weaker. Ding! A new friend request popped up. Glancing down, Wang Su saw one from Ning Xiao and another with an ancient city tower avatar. The name. Bai Jian? Wang Su couldn't help but turn towards Bai Lian. Could it be she was a fan of the pickup artist? On the apps forum, many fans of the pickup artist adopted the name Bai Jian. Of course, this included Wang Su. Since he couldn't use the exact same name, his was Bai Jian 111. After completing the group invites, at 8 o'clock, the classroom fell silent, and everybody looked toward the door, waiting for Dr. Gao to arrive. Next to Wang Su, Song Min also noticed Bai Lian working on the shorthand music score. He didn't recognize it either and, after a cursory glance, furrowed his brow and looked away. Could she actually manage to write an academic report? It was 8:05. The sound of dress shoes clacking could be heard in the hallway. Everyone turned toward the door. Wang Su was still sharing information with the group, though his voice had dropped to a whisper. That's the Gao family. His grandfather is an impressive academician, but it's his aunt who is truly formidable. In short, a prestigious and untouchable noble family. In the end, he summed it up in just 4 words. The professor who visited yesterday hailed from Jianghu University, but his own teacher had yet to attain the title of academician. Having an academician present signified a first-rate school. Without one, the institution was considered third-rate. As for someone from a distinguished family like Gao Zhechen, they were at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. The man walked into the classroom with the teaching material in hand, and the room was remarkably quiet. Gao Zhechen's gaze swept the classroom. Unlike the professor who had lectured on topology the day before, who had been scholarly and mild, his stare was sharp, daunting those who dared to meet his eyes. Today, we're going to talk about whether this world is deterministic or randomized. People like Pei Qin and Wang Su unconsciously looked away from his gaze. Not just them. Most of the students from the affiliated schools also dared not meet Gao Zhechen's gaze. When Wang Su averted his gaze, he saw Tang Ming and Ning Xiao seated behind him, who did not look away. He couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. Tang Ming looked back at him, puzzled. Of course, what Wang Su didn't know was that these two had faced Jiang Fulai's deadly stare for so long. Gao Zhechen's influence was like a sesame seed in comparison, and even less oppressive than Zhang He. Compared to yesterday, today's lecture was more profound and difficult to understand. Liang Wuyu from the first row raised his hand to ask a question. Liang, you have a query? Gao Zhechen obviously recognized the widely known Liang Wuyu, as he was a hot candidate for top honor at Jianghu University. What is your question? Chapter 338. 130 Prestigious Families, A Fortunate Encounter under Dr. Gao. Does this mean that we are still unable to perform general computing, and can only tackle specific problems? Where is quantum superiority manifested? Gao Zhechen glanced at Liang Wuyu, gestured for him to sit down and said, its principle isn't much different from the photoelectric effect. Dr. Gao. Ling Xiao in the middle also wanted to ask a question. Without looking back at Ling Xiao, Gao Zhechen continued his lecture, which discouraged others from speaking up with their questions. Just then, someone knocked twice on the classroom's front door. Gao Zhechen frowned and looked at the door with an unpleasant expression. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. The door opened. It was an old man wearing a black velvet hat, only the white hair at his temples visible. His dark eyes bore the weight of years, and his face, crisscrossed with deep lines, exuded authority. Academician Ma? Gao Zhechen recognized the elder, his displeasure vanished, and he was very excited. Are you here to attend my lecture? Upon hearing Gao Zhechen's words, the quiet classroom instantly erupted. As previously mentioned, The highest honor in the country is the title of academician. Having an academician means being a first-rate school, but even among first-rate schools, there are differences. Academician Ma was a standout among them, his achievements not even needing mention. Within the elite circle of academicians, he was top tier. Many coveted the chance to participate in his research projects but could not. Present students like Song Min and Ning Xiao, still unfamiliar with the scientific research community, did not know who Academician Ma was, but they could infer his significance by observing Gao Juchen's attitude towards him, a scion from a well-known family. Academician Ma looked at Gao Juchen. "No problem, you keep on lecturing, I'm just wandering over here for a casual visit." As he spoke, his gaze swept across the class. In the entire classroom, there were only 2 female students, one of which was Su Jiyue in the middle, wearing glasses and dressed in her affiliated high school's uniform. Academician Ma turned his attention to the second girl. She too was looking at him. In her hand, she twirled a pen, while her left hand lazily rested on a printed document. No need to think, it must be her. Academician Ma took note of the empty seat next to Bai Lian and calmly sat down behind her, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Because of Academician Ma's presence, Gao Juchen lectured with renewed passion. The 4-hour-long lecture ended swiftly. Academician Ma left 5 minutes early. As soon as he left, Gao Juchen also hastily packed up his things and followed out. "Our first academic seminar is in 6 days. If you have any questions, find me at my temporary office. Academician Ma, please wait for me." Once both their figures had disappeared, the classroom buzzed anew. "It's Academician Ma, I actually saw him in person," exclaimed a student from the affiliated high school. "Even my grandfather has never spoken to Academician Ma, and I was sitting in the same classroom with him." Ling Zio's face was flushed with excitement. Today, Dr. Gao lectured on quantum computing. Did Academician Ma come to listen to Dr. Gao's lecture? I didn't expect Dr. Gao to be held in such high esteem by Academician Ma. So, does that mean he is better than Senior He-Wen? These were all top students from the affiliated high school, with inherently good conditions. From their first to the 3rd year, the school had organized many events at Jianghu University, and, having relatives engaged in scientific research, they were quite familiar with the university celebrities. In contrast, Ning Xiao, Wang Su, and Song Min were less informed. At the moment, Wang Su was asking his aunt about Academician Ma while Tang Ming searched online. Students from the 4 major cities also burst into heated discussions. Bai Lian looked down at her lit-up phone. Academician Ma, Publicity Department. Bai Lian thought he had just wandered this way and came to see her by chance. Bai Jian. 1. She packed her things and went to the publicity department to find Academician Ma. Seeing that Bai Lian was leaving early, Wang Su quickly spoke up. "Where are you going?" "Join us for lunch at the cafeteria, and we can discuss academics while we eat." "I'm looking for someone," Bai Lian thought for a moment and then told them. "Just save me a spot, I'll be back very soon." Looking for someone? After Bai Lian left, Wang Su rubbed his head and looked to Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. "Do you guys know people here in Jianghu too?" Ning Xiao bowed his head and started to pack up his things. Song Min watched Bai Lian's retreating figure. Knowing that Ji Mulan had married into Jianghu, he assumed Bai Lian went to find someone from the Su family. The publicity department was near the entrance. By the time Bai Lian arrived, she had just passed Gao Juchen on the main road. He was proud and aloof, looking down on even Liang Wuyu, fearing only the Liang family's clout. As for the others, he didn't even spare them a glance, so naturally, he did not recognize Bai Lian. Chapter 339. 130 Prestigious Families. A fortunate encounter under 3. Just as he brushed past her on the road, he noticed Bai Lian's extremely attractive face and took a second glance. Others often looked bulky in down jackets, but Bai Lian appeared unusually slender in her white cotton coat embroidered with delicate vines and cats. Her tall figure, pale skin, and her face was beautiful without being coquettish, her gaze lazy. "Who is that?" Gao Juchen turned his head to take another look. The staff by his side looked back, probably a student participating in the training camp. Gao Juchen nodded. Bai Lian arrived at the publicity office, just as a group of people also reached the school gate. Almost at the same time as her. The publicity office. The person in charge and Academician Ma were both there. The room was heated, and Bai Lian went to close the door without thinking. Academician Ma put down his teacup and raised his hand. No need to close the door, come in and sit. Bai Lian didn't close the door. Seeing that the person Academician Ma was waiting for was Bai Lian, the person in charge of the publicity office wasn't surprised either. Having seen more surprising things before, "Student Bai, have some tea." He poured a hot cup of tea for Bai Lian. "Thank you." Bai Lian expressed her gratitude to him. The person in charge waved his hands in a hurry. "Don't mention it." He sat back down and observed Bai Lian discreetly, wondering what was so special about this student that he wasn't aware of, as both young Master Jiang and Academician Ma seemed to treat her quite uniquely. "Why don't you study dark matter?" Academician Ma was forthright with Bai Lian, as they had been communicating on WeChat for several months. Both were academic elitists. The person in charge complained internally. Academician Ma was as direct as ever, and dark matter wasn't something just anyone could study. There were only 2 dark matter research institutes in the country, and it wasn't easy to get in. Even Dr. Gao couldn't. Bai Lian finished her tea. "I'm not interested." The person in charge. "What? Not interested?" The person in charge, who was blowing on his tea, almost burned himself. "That's right, quantum mechanics is more interesting." Academician Ma nodded, obviously very pleased, took a sip of his tea, looked up, saw the person in charge, and directly pointed out the issue with a smooth face. "You have some tea leaves there." He pointed at the corner of the person in charge's mouth. The person in charge hurriedly wiped his mouth, embarrassed in front of Academician Ma. "I have a seminar on quantum chips in a couple of days," Academician Ma invited Bai Lian. "Do you have time to come? You'll find quantum mechanics even more interesting." "Which day?" Bai Lian was considering the time of Su En's wedding. Academician Ma was frank. "It was just decided. I need to discuss the timing with my team." "I'm occupied on the 19th of January, Bai Lian replied. "Then I'll schedule around that," Academician Ma quickly decided. Academician Ma was always busy, and it wasn't easy for him to spend the morning here. After finishing his conversation with Bai Lian, he picked up his coat, and they went out together. Bai Lian escorted Academician Ma to the main entrance. The publicity office was close to the main gate. The entrance to Boyuan Base. Lady Song, wrapped in her fur coat, smiled at Bai Xiaoqi beside her. "Amin is too busy right now. When he's free, he'll show us around. I'll take you to try on the evening gown you'll be wearing." Bai Xiaoqi took a photo of the Boyuan Base on her phone. She had spent the whole previous day at the Jianghu Music Academy and had finally found a chance today to come out with Lady Song to find Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min Boyuan Base. A sacred place in the hearts of students across the country would make it a little easier for her to commit to a volunteer position or find a lab in the future. But Bai Xiaoqi had no connections to get a recommendation, and Bai Xiaoqi was still a freshman. Just catching a glimpse of Boyuan Base was quite an achievement for Bai Xiaoqi. She looked down, opened her moments, and selected 4 photos. One of the gate of the music academy, one of herself practicing piano, one of the gate of Boyuan Base, and one of Song Min's silhouette, with the caption, "Keep it up." Right after posting, a bunch of comments popped up. "Jianghu Music Academy. Boyuan Base. It's really just you guys. We mortals can only look up." The white figure in the bottom left corner of the 3rd photo seems a bit familiar. "Damn, haha, of course you guys would find it familiar. Doesn't it resemble the one who was driven out of your class? Class rep of 2nd year. Now that you mention it, it does look like her. Damn, it's so unlucky. Ever since she left, our class atmosphere has gotten much better." Comments like these were endless, and Bai Xiaoqi saw them too. She had the original picture, which was clearer than the one in the moments. She enlarged the original, and the figure in the picture wasn't very clear, only the side face was captured, but the person's temperament and appearance stood out so much that she was noticeable in a crowd. However, the difference from the dissolute Bai Lian in Bai Xiaoqi's memory was too great. She wasn't sure. Bai Xiaoqi turned back and looked in that direction, where she could still see that white figure that hadn't gone far. By her side, seeing her suddenly stop, Lady Song was somewhat surprised and turned to look as well. "Is that?" Lady Song was stunned. "Bai Lian?" Chapter 340, 131 Lanji's exclusive spot, 2nd update. Under One Lady Song had met Bai Lian once before in Xianxia. That time, Bai Lian had almost overturned the image Lady Song had in her mind, and now with just one glance she was sure this was the real Bai Lian. Her demeanor was almost no different from the last time she had seen her. Is it really her? Bai Xiaoqi squinted at the figure of Bai Lian. What is she doing here? Song Min was always silent and hadn't told them about Bai Lian being here. Lady Song wouldn't think that Bai Lian, previously rejected by the science class, would be at Boyuan base for special training. She considered for a moment. Don't worry about her. Though that's what she said, Lady Song shook her head internally. With her mind full of thoughts, she couldn't help but speculate that Bai Lian was here to find someone. Who could she know at Boyuan base? It could only be Song Min. What Lady Song could think of, Bai Xiaoqi could naturally guess. She withdrew her gaze from Bai Lian. She wasn't surprised by Bai Lian's actions. After all, in the past, Bai Lian indeed used to chase after Song Min. Bai Xiaoqi bowed her head and unlocked her phone, replying to one person. Looks like it's her. WTF? What's she doing there? What else could she be doing? Haha, she's there for Song Min, of course. Cafeteria. Boyuan base wasn't large, and with the winter and summer camps along with the training sessions underway, the students from college, high school, and middle school, as well as the staff, added up to several hundred people. The dining hall offered a variety of dishes, all for free, with long dining tables. Bai Lian picked up her tray and grabbed some food at random before looking for Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, who had saved a spot for her in the middle. Song Min was sitting opposite Tang Ming when he received a text message and glanced up at Bai Lian. Bai Lian was eating while listening to the division of labor being explained by Wang Su. The phone by her plate lit up. Dog friend. Image dog friend. Is that you? Bai Lian opened it and replied with one hand. One, dog friend. WTF? What are you doing looking for Song Min? Bai Lian. Question mark. Bai Lian. I'm here to participate in a special training camp. Dog friend was a bit incredulous. Did you secretly evolve without telling me? Bai Lian. She put down her phone, not dwelling on this matter, as Ning Xiao, Pei Qin, and Song Min were discussing particle model problems, a topic few others could keep up with. She listened quietly the whole time. After listening for a while, Bai Lian opened her vocabulary app and put on a single Bluetooth earbud. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming were already immune to her multitasking habit. The others, seeing her listening to English, said nothing. After all, there were others at the table who also didn't understand, so Wang Su discussed with Tang Ming. Like I said, leaving these things to those three is totally fine. Tang Ming glanced at Bai Lian and nodded in agreement. Right? You say it's right, but why look at Bai Lian? Wang Su was somewhat speechless. She looked so beautiful. There was nothing scary about her at all. Their group could tell, Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, and Tang Ming not only knew each other but were also very tight-knit. Although Ning Xiao was known to excel in physics, his math skills were not inferior to Song Min's, not to mention his physics. He was an absolute core member of their team. But, in this core trio, Bai Lian was the central figure. Have you finished the C paper? Pei Qin, after finishing the academic discussion, asked about the C paper from the night before. Song Min shook his head. None of the others had finished either. They had realized the night before why they were given the C paper, to learn that even this level of difficulty was out of their reach. I have no idea what level of difficulty Liang Wuyu had with the A paper. The students at the table, who were top scholars in their own schools, fell silent again. Too big a gap. They couldn't do the C paper, and yet someone could do the A paper. At that moment, Wang Su noticed Ning Xiao and Tang Ming glancing at Bai Lian again. Bai Lian lazily tapped the table with her hand. Wang Su. Before he could express his thoughts, Tang Ming spoke. We have finished it. What? Wang Su exclaimed, standing up sharply. The others looked up, Song Min's gaze intently focusing on Tang Ming across the table. Take a look. The homework was mentored by Jianghu Lai, so Tang Ming naturally would have consulted Bai Lian's opinion. He retrieved the previous night's answers from his backpack hanging on the back of his chair. Processes were filled on A4 papers. The others didn't speak, simply taking out their phones to take pictures of the answers, intending to head to a study room right after the meal to thoroughly go through them. Song Min naturally took a photo as well. With Tang Ming's answers on their minds, their eating pace quickened, hastily finishing their meals to head to the classroom to analyze the answers. It's actually correct. An hour later, Pei Qin looked at Song Min in astonishment. How did he do it? Chapter 341. 131 Lanji's exclusive spot. Second update. _2 Song Min also wasn't clear. After trying on the gowns, Bai Xiaoqi and another person returned to the Yin family home. Bai Qiming was chatting with President Yin, and the two had discussed a partnership. It wasn't so easy for the Bai family to establish a presence in Jianghu. Have you two returned? Ever since Bai Xiaoqi had entered Jianghu Music Academy, President Yin had become much warmer towards her. Did you visit Amin and student Xiaoka? Brother is still in the lab, he can't come out, Bai Xiaoqi said as she sat on the sofa. Neither humble nor arrogant. President Yin felt a little regretful. Once he has vacation, I'll definitely have him come over. Lady Song found an opportunity to speak with Bai Qiming. I saw Bai Lian today at the Boyuan base. Her. Bai Qiming frowned. Upon mention of Bai Lian, naturally, one would think of her disobedient actions. If it hadn't been for the later opportunity to meet with Dean Jian, Bai Xiaoqi would surely have been delayed. I heard that the Su family seems to value her quite a bit, Lady Song mused. In the outer circles of Jianghu, the networks were only so big. Lady Song, curious to know more, had heard that Suan had set aside his own work to receive the Ji family. Bai Qiming was very resistant to news about Bai Lian. The Su family has accepted her? They're letting her into the ancestral hall? That's not yet the case. Lady Song shook her head. Bai Qiming was not surprised in the slightest. I expected as much. They stopped mentioning Bai Lian there. If it weren't for the Su family's involvement, they wouldn't bring her up at all. Upstairs. Bai Xiaoqi had her own room and even a guzheng to go with it. She took out her phone to send a message to Song Min. When will you have some free time? Song Min. I'll have sorted out the data in a couple of days. Bai Xiaoqi. Good, I'll look for you then. Because of the matter with Tang Ming providing the answers. The group of 8 had grown even more respectful towards Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. The core position that was once held by Ning Xiao, Pei Qin, and Song Min standing in a three-way balance had gradually shifted to center around Ning Xiao alone. 3 days later, everyone had almost finished collecting their data. Song Min was becoming increasingly aware that it wasn't just the people from the affiliated high school. In just 3 days, the gap between him and Ning Xiao had widened. Thinking this way, he became more certain of a possibility he had previously guessed. Ning Xiao was the one who scored 150 in mathematics. Most of the work was finished. The others weren't as busy as they had been at the start. The academic presentation was approaching, and the others began to Wang Su caution Bai Lian. Go to the study later and integrate their materials to write the report, don't forget. Bai Lian nodded her head. She had tried writing a report before with Yiwan, but she didn't have a computer right now. She turned a corner to the publicity office. The publicity office. The room wasn't large, featuring an office desk, with 4 small sofas to the left of the desk and a coffee table in between. The door was half open. Regardless of the air conditioning coming in, the middle-aged man sitting on the farthest sofa seemed on edge, with a sheen of cold sweat on his forehead. Across from him, Jianghu Lai had a black laptop on the armrest to his left, his pale fingers resting on it, his back casually leaning against the sofa, his gaze indifferently sweeping over the man before him. Have you or the Chen family gone mad? The middle-aged man stammered. I. He couldn't dare to speak, just stretching his hand to wipe off the cold sweat, barely perching on the edge of the sofa. The old master had given him this suicidal task. You! The door was lazily knocked twice. The middle-aged man's heart jumped. He wondered who had a death wish, daring to come in at such a time. Then he saw the half-open door pushed open. The middle-aged man didn't dare to raise his head fully, but in his peripheral vision, he saw a white figure enter. Although the door opened wider, bringing in a colder draft than before, the man felt that the chill emanating from the person across from him had lessened significantly. This early? He even heard Jianghu Lai's lazy voice. A hallucination? The middle-aged man looked up in disbelief. Jianghu Lai was just picking up the computer beside him to give to Bai Lian, speaking at a steady pace. The software is all there, the startup password is the same as on the phone. Bai Lian took it. She realized Jianghu Lai was preoccupied, so she didn't linger. I'll head back to the study room first. Jianghu Lai cast a nonchalant glance at the person opposite. Go ahead, I need to wait a bit. Stern and detached. The middle-aged man who had just felt his pressure greatly lessen. He felt like he was beginning to understand. The study rooms at Boyuan Base were plentiful. Wang Su and his group had found a small study room just for their team. Song Min stood waiting for Bai Xiaoqi at the base of the building. Bai Xiaoqi was dressed in a beige coat, with a red scarf around her neck. Seeing Song Min, she looked up and smiled. "I told you I'd message you when I arrived." Song Min was in a matching black coat, looking quite aloof as he watched her, opening his mouth as if he wanted to say something. "What is it?" Bai Xiaoqi walked with him into the building, removing her scarf in the process. She could tell Song Min had something to say. Song Min shook his head. "Let's talk inside." He wasn't as busy as before and took Bai Xiaoqi to the study room upstairs. The study room was equipped with experimental gear, with 2 square tables combined in the middle. Everyone else sat around the table, which was covered with materials and had 2 computers on it. All 6 of them were there, discussing issues in hushed voices. Ning Xiao was explaining something to Pei Qin opposite him. Song Min had previously told Wang Su that a friend would be coming over, and as the group's external liaison, Wang Su stood up to greet Bai Xiaoqi. "You're Bai Xiaoqi, right? You have the same surname as Bai." "Oh, and I'm Wang Su. Song Min has told us about you. A top-notch student with excellent grades who also plays the guzheng." Wang Su gave her a thumbs up. The others also looked up and greeted Bai Xiaoqi in 2s and 3s. Tang Ming greeted her when he heard she shared the last name Bai, but Ning Xiao's normally pallid face looked a bit gloomy. He was even colder than Song Min and didn't even lift his head. Although the others were polite, their greetings were perfunctory. Bai Xiaoqi was not used to being ignored like this. But she was aware that everyone here was on par with Song Min, the pride of the heavens. She didn't mind and even took out her phone to add them as friends proactively. "This part you used is incorrect." Ning Xiao finally looked up, returning Song Min's paper to him. "I marked it for you, take another look." Tang Ming's explanation of logic wasn't as clear as Ning Xiao's. It was usually Ning Xiao who learned to explain things to Wang Su and the others. This was an advice from Bai Lian for Ning Xiao. To explain clearly meant to truly master the knowledge, which was how she started as well. "Thank you." Song Min took the C paper he had only received yesterday. The once proud and arrogant Song Min of Beiqing High School now found himself in need of others to explain problems to him here. Bai Xiaoqi looked at Ning Xiao in amazement. Who was this person? As the group resumed their low-voiced discussions, Bai Xiaoqi noticed there was an empty seat next to Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. She turned to the chatty and sunny Tang Ming. "Could you move to that spot?" She pointed at the seat next to Ning Xiao. If Tang Ming moved, then she could sit with Song Min. She thought it would be a simple request. But the usually amiable Tang Ming looked down, holding his pen and smiling at her apologetically. "Sorry, but that spot is reserved for our sister Lian." Across from them, Wang Su and the others who knew Ning Xiao and Tang Ming followed Bai Lian's lead. And Bai Lian always had a designated spot right between them, so he looked up. "Right, that's her exclusive spot. Let me see if there are any other chairs." He got up. Bai Xiaoqi was a bit stunned. What sister? There were other members in this group? Bai Xiaoqi didn't understand, but beside her, Song Min pursed his lips, similar to before, as if he had something to say. It was then that the door to the small study room was pushed open once more. Bai Xiaoqi looked back instinctively. A figure in white pushed one door open, slipped in sideways, her left hand holding a black laptop and her right lazily holding a phone, casually swiping through words. Her eyelashes slightly lowered, she stepped in and nonchalantly kicked the door shut with her foot. Tang Ming leaned back with one arm on the table, tilting his head towards Bai Xiaoqi and lifting his chin. "Look, our sister has arrived." Chapter 342, 132 Bai Xiaoqi's Astonishment. Director Chen wants an invitation under one. Bai Lian felt eyes locked onto her as soon as she walked in. She glanced up and saw Bai Xiaoqi standing next to Song Min. With just a fleeting look, she averted her gaze. "Did you get your computer?" Tang Ming saw Bai Lian come in, stood up to pull out a chair for her. "I'll send you the materials." "The data is done." Ning Xiao also looked up. Bai Lian sat down, placing her computer casually to one side. She took off her coat, opened the computer, and clicked on a document and some software. She typed very slowly, using only 2 fingers. The first time he saw her type, Tang Ming fell silent for a moment. He almost said, "Let me do it for you." Thinking about Bai Lian's perfect 150 score in Chinese, Tang Ming knew he was not worthy, but he really wanted to become a typing machine. Wang Su also happened to bring a chair over, placing it next to Song Min. "Heiress, a chair for you, Song Min." After saying that, he sat back down in his own chair and leaned over to discuss with Bai Lian where to start writing the academic research presentation. Next to Song Min, Bai Shaoqi's face was taut. Her eyes fixed on Bai Lian's back for a long time before she was certain this was real, looking at Song Min with an almost absurd expression. People on the app had discussed Boyuan Base, a gathering place for geniuses among geniuses, with every entrant being a prospective seedling for Jianghu University. Even students from Jianghu's affiliated high school were dying to get in. The summer camp offered daily lectures from Jianghu University professors and their meticulously crafted exercises. As long as one performed exceptionally, they could be noticed by a professor before entering university, and start helping in a lab as a freshman. With some luck, one might even join a top-tier lab, or catch the attention of an academician. Becoming a direct disciple was not out of the question either. Bai Shaoqi hadn't been able to get into Boyuan Base, yet Bai Lian was there. What did she rely on? The Boyuan Base tended toward mathematics and science. Did Bai Lian understand the problems here? Bai Shaoqi looked at Song Min, her face a mix of astonishment and questioning. Song Min nodded slightly at her. He placed the chair Wang Su brought off to the side, signaling Bai Shaoqi to sit down first and not say much. Bai Shaoqi calmed down and sat beside Song Min, surreptitiously observing Bai Lian. She had looked down on Bai Lian before, seeing her as foolish, easily angered, and transparent with her thoughts. But now, she couldn't fathom what Bai Lian was thinking. Or was it? Had Bai Lian been pretending all along? Bai Shaoqi wasn't very talkative, but she occasionally offered a few suggestions when Wang Su and the others spoke. Everyone's impression of her improved greatly, and it was clear she really had talent and knowledge. "You're very impressive," Wang Su said with genuine admiration. Bai Shaoqi smiled. She was just one referral away from Boyuan. 20 minutes later, Bai Shaoqi came back upstairs with several large bags of milk tea and cake, handing them out to everyone. I didn't know what everyone liked. Bai Shaoqi placed a cup of mango-flavored fruit tea next to Bai Lian, very gently. "I remember you like this flavor. So you two know each other." Wang Su and the others suddenly felt much closer to Bai Shaoqi. "All right, you both are from Beijing, but it's impressive that 4 of you from Beijing came this year." Tang Ming looked up, giving Bai Shaoqi an extra glance. They all knew that Bai Lian liked cherry-flavored drinks. But this time Tang Ming didn't say anything, simply lifting his milk tea to smile as a way of saying thanks to Bai Shaoqi. He wasn't stupid. He knew the surname Bai did indeed hold a favorable position in Xianxia. But Tang Ming could deduce something from Bai Lian's attitude, and he didn't engage Bai Shaoqi in further conversation. Ning Xiao remained silent the whole time. He didn't talk much even in class 15, let alone here. If it wasn't for having to teach them problem-solving methods, he could go a whole day without speaking. These people were very smart but also hard to approach. Bai Shaoqi's gaze fell on Ning Xiao casually, especially on Ning Xiao. She faintly felt that even Song Min showed Ning Xiao some respect, but Ning Xiao was cold to everyone, except Tang Ming and Bai Lian. 2 hours into the discussion, the wrap-up process was on the right track. Wang Su made a phone call. "Guys, I'm going to find Ling Xiao. He said he could take a look at our modeling if he finds the time. I want to observe how they do it firsthand." He grabbed his phone and hurried out. Ling Xiao was one of the few in the class who was kinder to students from other places. He had said from the start that they could ask him anything if they had issues. As the point of contact for external relations, Wang Su naturally sought him out. Chapter 343, 132 Bai Shaoqi's Astonishment. Director Chen wants an invitation understood to everyone at the affiliated middle school had engaged in academic exchanges more than once. Wang Su had treated them to many meals, seeking their experience and help. Bai Lian glanced at the time, also closed her laptop, and took her backpack to leave. As soon as she moved, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao immediately stood up and left. Tang Ming greeted Pei Qin and the others. "Call us if you need anything." Teacher Zhang's small class began. With the 4 people leaving, the classroom was half empty. Bai Shaoqi watched Bai Lian and the other 2 leave, and couldn't help but wonder, where are they going? After studying and researching for so long, Pei Qin and the others also massaged their shoulders, preparing to relax. They seem to go for tutoring every day. They have teachers outside the school. Tang Ming had mentioned this point before. Bai Shaoqi didn't live at Boyuan Base, and it was time for her to head back too. Song Min escorted her out of the school gate. You're saying she's responsible for writing? Bai Shaoqi heard Song Min's response and narrowed her eyes slightly. Then shaking her head, she almost guessed that writing was the simplest task, not to mention Wang Su was also writing. She stayed there for 2 hours. Bai Lian didn't utter a single important word, and she typed very slowly during the composition. Wang Su could type 50 or 60 words a minute, Bai Lian only about 10. Academic speeches are very important to you. You must carefully review whatever she writes. I saw she hadn't written much in 2 hours. Bai Shaoqi reminded Song Min. Song Min hadn't observed Bai Lian typing, but upon hearing Bai Shaoqi he frowned. In another classroom, Jianghu stood beside the chair, looking down at Bai Lian typing. Bai Lian was just getting familiar with the keyboard, typing a bit faster than initially, but still slower than the normal speed. Jianghu computer was self-assembled. To avoid the issue of his code writing speed surpassing the processing speed, his computer operated very quickly. At this moment, he watched Bai Lian typing letter by letter. The black ultra-thin computer seemed a bit wronged. Bai Lian lazily jabbed at the keyboard with 2 fingers. Seeing Jianghu gaze, she looked up with an expressionless face. Do you need something? No, your typing is very accurate, he paused, then spoke. Sincerely. Bai Lian. Jianghu glanced over and saw where she had written up to. Their academic report contained many formulas, and Bai Lian, new to computers, was not familiar with the editor. She was studying the formulas. The formula is here, Jianghu couldn't help but point out. He bent over slightly, his cold white fingers tapped on the triangle tag. You can set up a formula yourself, MC is the shortcut. His voice was calm and steady, gentle in tone. Once Bai Lian got the hang of the basic functions, her speed of writing formulas also picked up. Tang Ming opposite her felt a bit touched. If only he had a tenth of this patience when teaching them, that would be great. It was only after Bai Lian got used to the software that Jianghu turned to check on the problems faced by the two on the opposite side. Bai Lian's phone on the side lit up. It was from Dean Ma. Dean Ma. The time is set, January 17th in the afternoon. He was talking about the time for the speech, the 17th, which didn't coincide with Su En's wedding nor Bai Wan's academic presentation. It was just right for Bai Lian, not too rushed. Bai Jian. 1. There was also an unread message from Chief Chen. Miss Bai, is Mr. Zu's wedding on the 19th? Bai Lian. Yes, Chief Chen. I can get back before the 19th, just in time when I'm free. May I attend? Chief Chen always had proper discretion. Su En actually wanted to bring it up to Chief Chen, but Chief Chen knew his attendance at the wedding was for someone else's sake. Thus the invitation should naturally come from Bai Lian and Jiheng's side, not from the groom's side. Bai Lian. You can. Bai Lian had no objections. Jiheng got along well with Chief Chen. The next day, at the Su family's home, Grandma Su didn't meddle in Su En's wedding arrangements, only instructing the butler to report to her if necessary. He booked 100 tables at Yunshao. It was the first time Grandma Su heard about Su En's wedding plans and found it utterly ridiculous. He fully booked 3 floors of the banquet hall? Just hearing about the extravagance, considering Su En's arrangements, nearly 10 million yuan was spent. Were the people of the Ji family worth it? The butler kept his head down, not daring to speak. He must be out of his mind. Grandma Su pressed her brow. Have the invitations been sent to the Yu family? The butler quickly responded. They have been sent long ago, and I see the young master has also sent several invitations to the Qi family. The Qi family? Grandma Su scoffed, letting the Qi family people and Shu Yun attend their wedding. Ji Mulan really thinks she's that important. Chapter 344, 132 By Shaoqi's Astonishment. Director Chen wants an invitation for 3 meanwhile, on Su En's side. Office. These days, he and Ji Mulan were busy with the wedding preparations while entertaining the Ji family members, and he also had to plan company affairs. President Su, at the conference table, Director Wang smiled and extended his hand. I wish you a happy marriage in advance. I'll be going abroad on the 19th to visit my aunt, so I won't be able to attend. Su En had announced half a year in advance that he would marry at the end of the year. The invitations had also been sent out 2 months early. If one really wanted to, they could manage to squeeze in a day. But Director Wang and the others had received their invitations early and had seen Ji Mulan in the company. She didn't have much of a background. Most of the people Su En invited were also from the grassroots level of the company. Director Wang and his peers knew that Madame Su didn't quite agree, and fewer clan members from the Su family were attending, so naturally, they were not willing to set aside an entire day specifically to attend the wedding banquet. For them, it was enough as long as the gift money was sent. Your matters are more important, Su En raised his hand, not surprised by this. President Su, after the others had left, Assistant Su spoke softly in his ear. Your uncle and Chief Chi and the others have prior engagements on the 19th, so only a few of the younger generation will come. The absence of those from the Su family was expected by Su En. It's fine. Su En, holding a file, walked toward the lounge. Ji Hang and the others were waiting for him in the lounge. Brother, Su Shujie, with a file in hand and dressed in a business suit, hurriedly approached Su En for a signature. Where are you off to? Su En took the file. Seeing the pen passed over by Assistant Su, he signed the document while walking towards the lounge. Going to see Uncle Ji. Su Shujie knew that Uncle Ji referred to Ji Hung. She raised an eyebrow. He's at the company? Yes, Su En finished signing, closed the document and handed it back to Su Shujie, then remembered something. You'll be free on the 19th, right? Of course. Su Shujie took the file away. Although she wasn't interested in the Ji family, she would definitely attend Su En's wedding. As she spoke, she entered the lounge with Su En. Su Shujie never wasted time on other matters and didn't think much of the Ji family. In her view, it remained to be seen whether Su En and Ji Mulan's marriage would last. However, since Ji Hung came to the company, Su Shujie decided to meet him as well. Inside the lounge, Ji Hung wore a black Chinese-style long jacket, holding a smoking pipe with bright and dim sparks of Mars inside. Shen Qing was carefully eating cake, while Ji Xiaojun was on the phone. Su Shujie swept a glance across the room and then withdrew her gaze. Su En first introduced Su Shujie to them, and both parties greeted each other politely but distantly. Uncle, Su En treated Ji Hang with great respect. Assistant Su mentioned you didn't want to visit the old street? Su En had specially arranged a sightseeing itinerary for Ji Hang and his party, even assigning Assistant Su for this task. Hearing that Su En had instructed Assistant Su to take them shopping, Su Shujie couldn't help but take another look at Ji Hang and his party. Ji Hang slowly exhaled a ring of smoke and stood up. His eyes were deep and his tone was mild. You and Assistant Su are busy, no need to bother with us. Today we're going fishing with Xiaojiang. Just letting you know. Xiaojiang. Su En was taken aback, unclear about which Xiaojiang it was. How could Ji Hang find fishing buddies everywhere? Shen Qing faced Su En with more composure. Her hair hadn't grown much, and she was still wearing a velvet hat. You and Mulan are busy, don't worry about us. These few days, we've been hanging out with Xiaojiang. When you're free, let's go fishing with them. Ji Xiaojun didn't speak, merely nodding towards Su En. After the wedding, I'll join you for fishing. If you need anything, be sure to call me right away. Su En hadn't fished much before, but after a few attempts with Director Chen and others, had gotten the hang of it. But now he was too busy. With Madame Su not helping, he had to take care of many things personally and simply had no time. He personally escorted Ji Hang and the others down to the lobby. Su Shujie accompanied him. Once they had left, she then looked at Su En. Does the Ji family have acquaintances in Jianghu? She was a bit surprised. Su En was even more surprised. Director Chen was still in Xianxia, and he didn't know who Ji Hang and his party were fishing with. Not sure. Su Shujie shrugged and pressed the elevator button. She didn't ask any further. She had merely asked casually and naturally didn't think the Ji family would know anyone significant from Jianghu. The two headed to the conference room together to catch another meeting. Su En's mobile phone rang in his pocket. He pulled it out to look, and quickly stopped to answer. Su Shujie was startled by Su En's demeanor. She had never seen him treat any client this way. Who was on the other end? Alien. Su En softened his voice, his face carrying a smile. Alien? Su Shujie didn't have much impression of the Ji family members. It took her a moment to recall that this must be the Bai Lian, mentioned by Su Wanyao. Uncle Su, Bai Lian was very polite. Do you still have an invitation? I need one. Oh, not one, two, I need two. Chapter 345. 133 went fishing with Xiaojiang, bringing things down a notch. Second update. Under her 1 invitations? Suan was taken aback, unsure why Bai Lian needed more invitations when he had sent out those for the Ji family members. Of course, I'll bring them to you right now. No need. Just give them to my grandfather when you have time. All right, Suan felt a bit regretful. I'll bring them to your grandfather tonight. The two finished talking and hung up the phone. On the other side of the phone, at the entrance to the Boyuan base, Jianghu Lai was wearing a cashmere coat, leaning slightly against a roadside withered tree, his figure tall and slim, his pale face showing faint expression. He exuded a strong presence, with even his tousled hair catching the cold frost of the wind. But those light eyes were staring at Bai Lian with a brooding look. Bai Lian. I said two. But you mentioned only one before. Jianghu Lai calmly pointed out her error. Wasn't it because only Director Chen had spoken to her about it? Jianghu Lai saw what she wanted to say. Oh, I knew it. Russell, the black business car stopped beside them, the rear door automatically opened, revealing Shenqing's face, who was excited. Alien Xiaojiang. Jianghu Lai turned aloof in a second. He stood tall, wrapped in the chilly breeze, greeting the people inside the car politely, his eyes and brows revealing a sense of pride. Bai Lian. 6. Only after Jianghu Lai got into the passenger seat did Shenqing turn to Bai Lian. Alien, aren't you coming ice fishing with us? Bai Lian lazily waved her hand. Next time, you guys go ahead, I haven't finished my report yet. The passenger seat's Jianghu Lai opened the car door, shaking his phone at Bai Lian, meaning, he recorded it. Bai Lian reached to close the car door. Jianghu Lai didn't have her strength and was forced to settle down. Only then did Bai Lian smile at the driver. Have a safe trip. Without looking at Jianghu Lai. The driver was startled by her action, too frightened to say much, only daring to steal glances at Bai Lian with his peripheral vision, and caught sight of Jianghu Lai's cold face, shivering again. Scary, so scary. The black car drove onto the main road. Shenqing noticed the roads growing wider, the cars fewer, the buildings taller, and realized they were not heading to the outskirts. The center of Jiangjing City had restrictions, so there were far fewer private cars than other areas. Where are we going? Shenqing asked with some confusion. She whispered her question to Ji Xiaojun. Ji Xiaojun didn't know either. Only Jihang sitting by the window knew, as he observed the route and after seeing a particular building, he couldn't help but look up and study Jianghu Lai, who was in the passenger seat. 20 minutes later, the car gradually entered a cobblestone road section and finally stopped at an arched stone gate. It was obviously a back entrance. Shenqing looked up and saw 3 bold and vigorous characters next to it. Jianghu Lake. Walking through the archway, a black-clad manager came to show them the way, leading them along the spacious concrete road flanked by pine trees and plum blossoms, with a faint scent trailing. Occasionally, sparrows flew by, and a few passers-by strolled along the road. Soon, they caught sight of the frozen lake, a spectacular scene Shenqing had never witnessed before. Jianghu Lai let the manager take her around, while he went fishing with the other 2. Jihang and the others fished all day. They didn't return until after dinner. Jianghu Lai dropped them off at the Yunxiao Hotel entrance. This is a card for Jianghu Lake. If you want to go ice fishing later on, just head straight there. Jianghu Lai courteously handed a black card to Jihang. Jihang, holding his pipe, glanced at Jianghu Lai. Dad, why don't you take it? Shenqing took it for Jihang and then handed it to him. Today's fishing spot was great. Jihang. Ice fishing had been a rare experience. Even Shenqing, who disliked fishing, had patiently stayed the entire day. She carried a black bag. The fish inside were still jumping. She smiled broadly as she said goodbye to Jianghu Lai. They were staying on the 56th floor. While waiting for the elevator, they happened to meet Suan and others coming out from it. Suan had been upstairs checking the wedding venue setup and tasting the menu. Ji Mulan's face beamed with a smile. Beside her, members of the Su clan were speaking with Suan. I've arranged that spot for you to look at with Zu's assistant. Remember to give me a list when the time comes. He had gone up with Suan to see the table arrangements. With so many people, the seating would need to be carefully planned. Suan nodded his head. Looking up and seeing Jihang, his eyes lit up. Uncle Ji, how was today's catch? Jiheng showed him the bag. Next to him, Ji Mulan was surprised. You actually caught fish? Yes. Do you want to take a few home? Jiheng was not one for many words. Chapter 346. 133 went fishing with Xiaojiang, bringing things down a notch, second update. Underscore 2 however, they caught a lot of fish today, and Suen had booked them a suite with a kitchen included. Shen Qing said he would make fish soup for Bai Lian, so they brought the fish back with them. Sure, Suen replied with a smile. Fish soup for breakfast tomorrow morning. By the side, a member of the clan glanced at the black bags in Jiheng and his companion's hands and declined politely. Thank you, but I don't like fish. Suen took a bag of fish from Jiheng, his eyes lighting up. Is it that easy to catch? Next time you have free time, you all should go fishing together. Xiaojiang gave you the card. Shen Qing said with a smile. Most of those were caught by Xiaojiang who hasn't fished much before. Can you believe it? One after another. Shen Qing was implying something about Ji Xiaojun and Ji Heng. One looked up at the sky while the other lowered his head to look at the rod. Neither saying a word. Right, Suen quickly took out an invitation to help Jiheng and another out of their awkward situation. This is an invite that Alien asked me to bring you, please keep it safe. Bai Lian had already mentioned this to Ji Heng, who took it from him. I don't fish, said a person from the Su family clan, uninterested in fishing. He preferred to spend the time attending more gatherings to meet new people. Mr. Su, I'll be leaving first then. You can find me if you need anything. With that, he left the hotel. Suen waved him off and continued to discuss ice fishing with Ji Heng. Ji Mulan was also indifferent to their fishing, merely watching on the side. She found it odd how well Suen got along with Jiheng and the others. Suen escorted Jiheng and the others to their room before returning with Ji Mulan. Wuyuan base. Wang Su and Bai Lian were writing a report. Beside them, Pei Qin, who was discussing with Ning Xiao, was very impressed. Your ideas are so ahead of their time. Are you really the one who did the C-roll? Everyone in the group knew that the heart of this paper relied on Yaning. His research ideas were very clear. Ning Xiao. He was somewhat eager to see Bai Lian. All of these were ideas he had discussed and refined with her and had been validated by Jianghu Lai. How could they not be clear? All right, Song Min suddenly remembered something important, looking at Wang Su. Has Ling Xiao and his team finished the modeling? They were in a rush because the mathematical model required using MATLAB, so they collaborated with Ling Xiao's group to use the same modeling. Wang Su had given them the data 2 days ago. Not yet. Wang Su lowered his head to check the time on his wristwatch, standing up. I'll go and ask their group. 5 days passed. Each group had a designated classroom, and Wang Su knew where Ling Xiao's group was. Although Bai Lian typed slower than the average person, she managed to write half the report by comparing it with the data. The second half required the use of the model for simulation of results. She methodically clicked save and then took her phone with her to the restroom. Song Min frowned across from her, not at all confident in her report. The restroom was at the end of the corridor. You had to pass by the stairs. As Bai Lian had just walked a few steps, she heard voices coming from the stairs, slowing her pace and turning a corner, heading directly to the stairwell. At the staircase landing, Wang Su looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Didn't you say we were responsible for the data and you for the model? Ling Xiao frowned, righteously retorting to Wang Su. When did I ever say such a thing to you? But you clearly... Wang Su became frustrated. Wang Su was naive, sharing all the research ideas and details with Ling Xiao. Wang classmate, this is Zhang Jing, not your Xiqing. A teammate of Ling Xiao also watched Wang Su coldly. Go ask Dr. Gao if each model isn't supposed to be done by yourselves. How could Ling Xiao have possibly agreed to such an absurd request of yours? The commotion also attracted the attention of those in the neighboring classroom. After listening to the whole story, the adjacent classroom's occupants frowned at Wang Su. Is this your first time at Buyuan? You foreigners, if you want to swindle Ling Xiao's mathematical model, at least find a better excuse. The noise caught the attention of Pei Qin and the others as they emerged from the classroom. What's going on? Pei Qin approached next to Wang Su. They're saying they never agreed to collaborate with us. By now, Wang Su realized he was played by Ling Xiao and his expression soured. As soon as he spoke, Song Min and the others were taken aback. What's all the noise about? Gao Zhechen came out of the temporary office and glanced over those present. Dr. Gao, Wang Su spotted a lifeline and took out his phone, showing the data to him. This is the data I sent to Ling Xiao. He definitely agreed to. Gao Zhechen looked past him, disregarding his words, and proceeded to Ling Xiao and his team. Your turn to explain. Chapter 347, 133 went fishing with Xiaojiang, bringing things down a notch, second update. _3 Ling Xiao spoke succinctly, and added, Dr. Gao, you know that my grandfather asked you to help me with my thesis topic. How could I possibly collaborate with them? Indeed, with Dr. Gao present, who would want to partner with Wang Zu's group of C-level students? When Ling Xiao said this, Wang Zu's face turned pale. He opened his mouth, wanting to argue something. But someone lifted him by the collar from behind. It was a pair of pitch-black calm eyes, Bai Lian's. You guys go back first, she said without looking at anyone, glancing at Wang Su as if to say he was useless. She went to the bathroom first. But Wang Su didn't want to go back. He felt he had let down every member of his group and wanted to explain himself to Ling Xiao. Tang Ming wrapped his arm around his neck and led him back into the classroom. All right, let's go back first. You can't do anything by staying here. Let's go back and discuss, see if Sister Bian has any other remedial methods. Remedial methods? Ling Xiao, standing at the top of the stairs, heard their conversation and almost sneered. What remedial methods could you possibly have? For this academic report, it was rumored that Academician Ma would attend. The Ling family had gone to great lengths, giving Gao Zhechen a bunch of research equipment to make Ling Xiao's group perform better. Ling Xiao knew he couldn't outdo the group consisting of Liang Wuyu and Su Jiyue, but he could come in second. He didn't expect Wang Su, a person from the 4 major cities, to deliver such a smooth academic report. With a slight trickery, without the support of a model, Wang Zu's group report would be significantly discounted. Bathroom. Bai Lian was washing her hands. A timid voice came from behind. Our group can share the model. Bai Lian turned off the faucet slowly and deliberately, and with a slight turn of her eyes, she saw the girl standing 2 meters behind her. Wearing black-framed glasses, her bangs slightly too long, speaking to Bai Lian was already the limit of her courage. Thank you, Su. Bai Lian recognized her and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. But it's not necessary. She leisurely dried her fingers and threw the paper towel in the bin before leaving with her phone. In the bathroom, Su Jiyue watched Bai Lian's retreating figure. She took out her phone and began typing frantically. Brother. There's a super pretty girl at Boyuan base. Where is she? Outside. As Bai Lian was walking towards the classroom, she texted Hewan. Hewan responded quickly. Hewan, this model, not just for the academic report, you could use it for papers as well. Although she hadn't been involved in the details of the academic report, she had been writing reports and discussing them with Ning Xiao, so naturally, she knew what kind of model Ling Xiao had asked Wang Su to make. However, compared to the model she and Hewan had, the predictive fluctuation model that Wang Zu's group was going to make was too rudimentary. Bai Lian hadn't initially thought about using the model she developed with Hewan. But now, there wasn't enough time to create a new one. Once she was sure it could be used, Bai Lian felt at ease. At the classroom door, Ning Xiao was evidently informed and was waiting for Bai Lian. They did it on purpose. I know, Bai Lian replied languidly, her presence sharp and oppressive. She leisurely used her phone to push open the classroom door. But it's no big deal. If Zhang Fulai had been there, he would have marveled at how astute Ling Xiao was. To choose anyone else but Bai Lian out of so many people was a mistake. A genius like He Wen, whose papers even academician Zhang Fulai and Ma had reviewed, even if it was just a minor model, was also a product of Bai Lian's and He Wen's time and research. Placing it here was frankly bullying. Chapter 348, 134 A Miraculous Reprieve. Su Wenyao brings food to Alien Under One in the classroom. A few members of the group were speaking in low voices. Wang Su sat at the edge of the table, elbows propped on it, covering his face with his hands, while the computer screen in front of him still displayed his report page. The occasional ding of new messages popping up on WeChat and QQ in the bottom right corner of the screen twisted the entire classroom atmosphere. This was the first lesson society taught Wang Su. Never trust anyone in society. The sound of the door opening startled Wang Su, and he dropped his hands dejectedly. Sorry, it's all my fault. Someone in the group was scowling, their frustration hard to articulate. We worked so hard to collect data, to gather materials, to integrate the model, and we were about to start presenting. Our whole group trusted you so much, and now you're saying there's a mistake in the modeling? Does that do justice to all the effort we've put in these past days? The opportunity at Boyuan base was so precious. Everyone had given their utmost effort. They didn't return to the dorms until after 11 at night, and then they'd be off to the computer lab, the laboratory, or the library by before 6 in the morning. Enough, Tang Ming frowned, standing up to stop the internal quarrel. When Wang Su suggested collaborating with Ling Xiao, none of you objected. It's not fair to push all the blame onto him now. This isn't the time to complain. Let's calm down and think of a way to make amends. Not many in the group had participated in mathematical modeling, and with the data support, choosing problem C in the National Math Modeling Contest would take at least 3 days, so that was why they had thought of collaborating with Ling Xiao. The data they obtained were to establish a model that would explain and predict the actual problems in their academic report. That person snorted coldly, turning their head away, a hint of despair in their voice. What can we do now? Where can we get an analysis model from? A cloud of gloom enveloped the entire classroom. The silence was suffocating. Song Min also clenched his fists, took over Wang Zu's computer, closed the document, and opened MATLAB. Well, rush the modeling now. With only 1 day left, it was impossible to finish the model. Some members numbly watched Song Min work on the model, while others helped him organize data. When Bai Lian sat down at her desk, the classroom was still oppressive and somber. Tang Ming looked at Ning Xiao and then Bai Lian, noticing their expressions were the same as always. Their emotional stability was frightening to Tang Ming. Bai Lian sat down and opened her chat with Yiwan, scrolling through the conversation they had about preparing the model and making assumptions, interspersed with a lot of papers. Bai Lian read fast, helping him integrate a lot of reference materials, confirming the expressions. It was only after a few exchanges that she saw the compressed file Yiwan had sent, a model. She clicked download, then forwarded it to the group chat. Just as she was about to exit WeChat, a message from Suan came. I've given the invitation to your grandfather. Image. Do you like this room design? Bai Lian clicked to look. It was a room design, slightly Chinese style. She didn't understand much about design but felt the space was large and looked comfortable. Bai Lian. It looks nice. Suan gritted teeth. That's good. Then came a message from Ji Xiaojun. I will bring you fish soup tomorrow morning. Do either of them dislike fish soup? Ji Xiaojun knew Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were there. She tilted her head, whispered quietly, asking the two. Do you guys drink fish soup? Ning Xiao had already downloaded Bai Lian's compressed file in the group chat and was installing the decompression software. Hearing the question, he nodded. Tang Ming hadn't expected Bai Lian to bring up eating fish at such a serious time, but he also nodded, yeah. Their voices were not loud, but it distracted Song Min, who was trying to calm his mind. Bai Lian had also been there, clearly aware there was a problem with the model, and yet had the mood to discuss food now? He looked up, his irritation hard to articulate. Even if you can't help, can't you at least stay silent? Song Min's gaze swept over the computer page Bai Lian had opened, where she had written less than half as much as Wang Su. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of Bai Xiaoqi. If she were here, she'd surely be working on the model with him. Instead of being like most of the others, choosing to give up. Song Min even thought, it would be so much better if the spot belonged to Bai Xiaoqi, rather than Bai Lian, who seemed oblivious to the situation and probably couldn't even make sense of the papers. Bai Lian put down her phone, her back lazily resting against the back of the chair, casually opening software on the computer screen with her fingertips. She glanced at Song Min. If I'm silent, can you finish it? Chapter 349. 134 Out of Desperation. When Yao Su delivers food to alien _2 Song Min paused. It seems I can't. Bai Lian withdrew his gaze, slowly typing 2 words with his fingertips on the keyboard. Then I suggest you have fewer problems. Ning Xiao had already opened the zip file. It contained models and analysis. He quickly scanned through, then sent screenshots to the group chat. turning his head to discuss with Bai Lian. It's a bit complicated. Everyone needs to work overtime tonight and can't sleep. They only had 1 day left to bring the model into their analysis, write it out, and get familiar with the presentation. They couldn't finish it without working overtime. I know, Bai Lian's gaze remained fixed on the computer screen as he continued to type. You guys start the analysis, just send the results to me and Wang Su. The two discussed the follow-up arrangements. Wang Su likewise saw the screenshots Ning Xiao sent to the group chat, gradually changing from despair to shock, and finally to delight. Ning Xiao, you guys are incredible. Where did you get the model from? The others also picked up their phones, opened the screenshot sent by Ning Xiao, and downloaded the zip file Bai Lian posted in the group chat. Ning Xiao didn't reply, simply looked towards Bai Lian. Wang Su and the others instantly understood that the model came from Bai Lian. They exchanged glances and finally realized why Ning Xiao and Tang Ming followed Bai Lian's lead. Bai Lian, you are my savior. Wang Su slammed his fist down hard on the desk. From now on, your business is my business. Bai Lian. Savior? Who exactly is taking advantage of whom? At this moment, to call it a life-saving situation wouldn't be an exaggeration. Everyone sat down to start downloading the zip file. Wang Su walked over to Song Min, casually rubbing his right fist before reclaiming his computer. After catching Song Min's glance, Wang Su lowered his voice. First take a look at the messages in the group chat. Bai Lian has found us a model. Song Min looked down at his phone. The model Bai Lian and he when created was no small matter. The more one understood about mathematical modeling, the more they could see its value. Song Min could also tell that the model was vastly different from the one they were planning to build. Like everyone else, the more he looked, the more astonished he became. Was this the model Bai Lian brought out? Song Min turned his head to look at Bai Lian's profile. Where did she get the model from, and who exactly did she know? Did the Su family have such wide connections? Forget the fish soup, Pei Qin also looked up at Song Min. If she wants to drink phoenix soup, I'll go back and have my family think of a way. Wang Su nodded in agreement. Exactly, riding to class on my back tomorrow wouldn't be a problem for her. Reminded by Pei Qin's words, Song Min couldn't help but recall their earlier conversation. For the first time, the usually aloof and arrogant Song Min from Beijing felt embarrassed. He had been self-congratulatory about working on the model, even thinking the other party lacked awareness and didn't understand the situation, failing to contribute to the team. Looking back, trying to make an impossible model in 1 day was the real foolish move, wasn't it? So, where exactly had she gotten this model from? Song Min resettled into his seat, but his heart remained somewhat unsettled. Su En's residence. I have a feeling she would like this style, he handed back the blueprint to Ji Mulan. Aren't you expecting other classmates? Didn't you say you have an old acquaintance in Jianghu? The clan had reserved a study table for Ji Mulan, but Ji Mulan hadn't invited any classmates, only members of the Song family. Bai Lian, on the other hand, had invited 2 classmates. Ji Mulan took the blueprints back. No. She turned and returned to the study. Behind her, Suan looked at Ji Mulan's retreating figure, quite surprised. Having moved out to live with Ji Mulan in a 3-story house, he had prepared rooms for Su Wenyao, Su Zhiyue, and Bai Lian. They had made the rooms ready before their return to Xianxia. Ji Mulan had designed each child's room according to their preferences. The room prepared for Bai Lian was originally cyberpunk style, but after returning from Xianxia, it was clear Bai Lian had a preference for Chinese-style items. Su-En couldn't quite picture Bai Lian, dressed in horseface skirts, standing at a cyberpunk bar. So Ji Mulan changed the design. However, Su-En felt the design for Bai Lian's room was really cool. He thought for a moment and then went upstairs to the room prepared for Bai Lian and turned on the light. A huge blue ring light hung from the ceiling, with 7 irregularly shaped concentric rings from inside to outside, taking up a large area. At the intersection of the outermost ring nearest to the door, it bulged outward all the way to the edge of the door. Alongside transparent glass cube segments, lit one after another from top to bottom, they illuminated all the way down to the bar. Chapter 350. Life-saving help from a desperate situation. Wen Yao Su brings food to alien under 3. The Rubik's Cube edges hung from a metal rod that extended down to the floor, beside which was an irregularly shaped white single-seater sofa. Beside the sofa, stood a white robot. Although it was not the first time he had seen it, Suan was still amazed by the design. The Ji family was born for art. It was strange though, how Ji Xiaojun, who drew so well, had no fame, whereas Ji Mulan's planning and design for Xianxia were mentioned as a part of key projects. Yet amongst designers, she hardly made a splash. He opened his phone to take a picture and sent it to Bai Lian. This is what it looks like now, compared to the recent new Chinese style. Which do you prefer? Right after sending it, a call came through, from Su family's residence. Ming will come tomorrow. You and Wen Yao should both come back to the old house for a meal, said Madame Zu's voice, leaving no room for refusal. Su En replied directly, I have a lunch planned with Uncle Ji and the others tomorrow. If Xu Yun wants, she can join us here. Ji Hang had caught a lot of fish, and they planned to prepare a fish head hot pot for tomorrow's lunch. Su En. Madame Su sounded somewhat angry. If you wish, you can come as well. Su En was no longer willing to compromise with her. Madame Su hung up the phone. Su En didn't care. He hung up the phone and Bai Lian replied, keep this one. She wanted Su En to keep the cyberpunk style, which was unexpected yet understandable. The next day, Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun crossed 2 districts early in the morning to deliver fish soup to Bai Lian. Ning Xiao Tang Ming, Shen Qing looked at their dark circles, hesitated to speak, then moved beside Bai Lian, lowering her voice to ask, what's with them? Bai Lian sat in her seat, with her cotton-padded jacket set aside. She wore only a white cashmere sweater, the cuffs and collar embroidered with pale yellow, her hair gathered back with a wooden hairpin. Her face was enveloped by the mist from the soup, looking ethereal but sharp. They haven't slept all night, might be a bit of yin deficiency. Despite the lack of rest, she was still lively and spirited. I see. Shen Qing looked at the 2 men's complexions, considering picking up some velvet antler to stew into a soup on her way back. You're really not coming for the fish head hot pot at noon? Shen Qing asked again. After finishing her soup, Bai Lian placed her chopsticks neatly before answering, I have to give an academic report tomorrow, no time. The deadline was too tight, and she and Wang Su had yet to finish the report. Then we'll bring you some medicine at noon. Shen Qing bit her tongue, quickly withdrawing her gaze from Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. We'll bring you fish heads at noon. Fish heads weren't much to give. Shen Qing intended to bring some tonic soup for the 2 men. The 3 of them saw off Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun. Tang Ming touched his head as he watched them board the bus. Why do I feel like Auntie's gaze towards me was very weird? Ning Xiao was also in contemplation. Bai Lian spoke calmly. Let's head to the classroom and hustle on the problems. Noon. Yunxiao District. Su family. Su Wenyao parked the car and after getting out, gentlemanly opened the door for the woman in a black coat to step down. This was Qi Shuyun. Slim waist, long legs, sunglasses pushed up to just catch the loose bangs. She exuded a strong presence. The 2 were here to find Su En. At the entrance of Su family, Qi Shuyun took a call. Right at the doorstep, they bumped into Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun. As the 3 were well acquainted, and upon learning that Su Wenyao was returning to Jianghu University, Shen Qing suddenly remembered, Jianghu University is also in Chang'an District, right? Could you bring this to Alien and the others? Shen Qing gestured towards the black bag in her hand. Inside was an insulated food container with fish heads and the soup for those 2 men. Su Wenyao hadn't known where Bai Lian was. He always assumed she was out playing with classmates. Hearing she was also in Chang'an District, he quickly asked, of course, where is she? Chapter 351, 135 Face Slap, second work by Bai Lian, second update. Under her one Shen Qing opened her mouth, but before she had a chance to answer, Qi Shuyun, who had just finished her phone call nearby, came over. Wenyao, my dad said, Mar Institute. She glanced at Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun. Shen Qing was wearing a cotton-padded jacket and a somewhat irregular velvet hat. A terrible aesthetic. Qi Shuyun hooked her arm with Su Wenyao's. And these 2 are. Su Wenyao paused slightly but remained as gentle as ever on his face as he introduced Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun to Qi Shuyun. Upon hearing that the 2 were relatives of Ji Mulan, Qi Shuyun dismissively withdrew her gaze. You give me the lunchbox and Alien's address, then I can drop it off at her school on my way back, said Su Wenyao to the 2. Hearing that Su Wenyao would deliver the meal to Ji Mulan's daughter, Qi Shuyun glanced at them slightly, her tone still gentle. But Wenyao, my dad is waiting for us at the university. And you really wanted to attend Academician Moss lecture, didn't you? It won't delay us. Su Wenyao tried to control his tone, reaching out to take the lunchbox from Shen Qing's hand. He was stopped by Ji Xiaojun. It's all right, Wenyao. Ji Xiaojun patted his shoulder, unbothered and smiling. You take care of your business, we were just planning to go shopping anyway. Whenever you're free, take us to Jianghu University for a visit. Su Wenyao watched Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun leave. How much time do you have? Qi Shuyun turned to Su Wenyao. You live in the library and don't even have time to date with me, but you still deliver food for her. Is she that precious? Can't she pick it up herself? Have you forgotten you also wanted to attend Academician Moss lecture? Su Wenyao pressed his brow, the usually gentle expression on his face now showed signs of fatigue. It's different, she is studying too, and they are guests. If there's a next time, I hope you can respect my wishes. Studying? Can her studies be more important than yours? Qi Shuyun pressed the elevator button. Isn't Uncle Su still planning to buy her a spot at an international school? Coming from an educational background in the Qi family and with Suan having sought their assistance in Xianxia, Qi Shuyun naturally knew all about it. How audacious! To expect them to deliver meals? Qi Shuyun thought the Ji family was really audacious. Even her dad wouldn't dare to make her run errands for others. On the road, Ji Xiaojun also reminded Shen Qing, you should keep some distance. Does Wenyao look like someone who should be delivering takeout to us? I didn't say anything, he was just on the way, Shen Qing quietly said. Ji Xiaojun got along well with the Su family, and since Su Wenyao was respectful and polite, she felt just as comfortable with him as she did with her own family. Not only Su Wenyao, but she also frequently had Bai Lian run errands for her. Seeing that Su Wenyao was also going to Chang'an district, she mentioned it casually. If it were Xiaojiang, who knows how happy he would have been. Ji Xiaojun knew that Su En's attitude had clouded Shen Qing's judgment, but Su En did not represent the entire Su family. Treat them like how you used to treat the Ren family, with just a third of that politeness, and don't be so informal. Shen Qing brought plenty of soup. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming didn't finish drinking theirs, so they shared a bowl with each member of the group. Only Bai Lian didn't have any. After drinking the soup, the group members were energized as if injected with new vigor and finished the academic report that afternoon. At 8 in the evening, classroom. Bai Xiaoqi still brought snacks for everyone, glanced casually at the people in the classroom. Bai Lian isn't here? She had something to do and went out, Song Min responded calmly. This reaction made Bai Xiaoqi feel odd. Song Min had surprisingly not commented about Bai Lian, and everyone else seemed to be getting along happily. You really are tolerant, Bai Xiaoqi remarked. She has already played her part, Song Min said indifferently, having no issue with Bai Lian after she brought the model yesterday. Writing the report doesn't require her, so it's okay if she's not there for what comes after. Bai Xiaoqi wanted to say something more. But just then, Wang Su sent the full report to the group. This is the report written by sister and me, everyone take a look. Bai Xiaoqi inwardly smiled at the words. It was probably time to drop the Bai sister, since she wasn't even there. Beside her, Song Min nonchalantly opened the file and started reading from the title downwards. He hadn't written a thesis before, but he had written lab reports. He had no great expectations for the academic report, thinking that, aside from experimental data, the most interesting part would probably be the mathematical model. Until he read through the introduction. What had been a largely indifferent expression turned serious, and he sat up straighter as he continued to read. The academic report was filled with professional jargon from the introduction onwards, and even Song Min occasionally had to stop to look up the meaning of the terms used. Chapter 352, 135 Face Slap. Second work by Bai Lian, second update. Understood too, the other people present weren't much different from him. After reading a section, they had to look up the professional vocabulary. The report was over a dozen pages long with many charts included, and it took these people half an hour and they were still not done. Bai Xiaoqi cast a curious glance. She couldn't understand it. She stood up, told Song Min before leaving Boyuan base, since everyone else was busy poring over the report. Another half an hour later, Pei Qin and Ning Xiao were the first to finish reading the report. Pei Qin looked at Wang Su in shock. How did you manage this? Bai Lian wasn't there that evening, and everyone knew she typed slowly, so they all assumed it was Wang Zu's own work. It's really simple, Wang Su said, looking at Pei Qin and shrugging. You? Tang Ming was also shocked. Versailles? No, Wang Su smiled. Control plus C, Control plus V. Don't you know how to do that? Control plus C? Control plus V? Copy and paste? Song Min frowned. This is clearly our data. Where did you copy and paste from? Wasn't I working on a paper with Sister Bai? Wang Su looked at the computer screen. Sister Bai had the content all sorted out, but the formatting was a complete mess. Although the content I worked with was barely presentable, at least my formatting was correct, so I pasted her content into my format. So all of this, Pei Qin and Song Min were even more astonished, was written by her? How could she know so much? On site, probably only Ning Xiao remained composed. If the group knew what Bai Lian had been looking at every day, they wouldn't be so surprised. Having started viewing summaries every day since her senior year of high school, professional terms were second nature to her, and the overarching direction of her research was similar to the summaries she read. How could someone with such a big-picture outlook not write well? The next day. Academic report. Held in the lecture hall. Academic reports by high school students in the past wouldn't attract many professors, but today, a row of them sat in the back along with experts. As the students entered the classroom, they were engulfed by the solemn atmosphere. None dared to look back. Academician Ma, Wang Su, grabbing Tang Ming's arm in excitement, said, "Did you see Academician Ma sitting in the center? He actually came to listen to our presentation." Members of other groups were also abuzz. He must have come for Dr. Gao. At 7:50, Gao Zhechen arrived. He first approached Academician Ma and respectfully greeted him. "Academician Ma, thank you for coming." Academician Ma looked up and nodded slightly. Next to him, other big shots from the physics department also greeted Gao Zhechen. Bright future ahead. 8 o'clock. The first group went up to present, and it was Liang Wei's group, with Liang Wuyu as the presenter. Everyone, including the row of professors at the back, listened attentively. This is Liang Wuyu. Indeed someone who has been in the lab. In a few years, she could compete with Yi Wen. The professors nodded in agreement, and the professor sitting on the edge, who had lectured by Lian and the others on the first day, scribbled a high score, 90. This was an affirmation of Liang Wuyu. After this group finished, it was Ling Zio's group's turn, and overall, they were much worse than Liang Wei's group, resulting in the people at the back losing interest. Gao Zhechen, as their training teacher, gave a score of 81. Subsequent presentations were worse than the one before. Director Huang, the professor sitting on the edge, whispered to the middle-aged man next to him, "Do you think your teacher really came for Gao Zhechen?" They hadn't found anything particularly noteworthy in this academic report after so long. Only Liang Wei's group had been somewhat impressive. The middle-aged man paused before glancing at the director sitting in the center. Well, maybe the teacher just wanted to see the new generation in action. Ah, it's the last group now. Let's listen first. He straightened up. Someone handed out the last group's paper report to each professor. Although Director Huang spoke of listening to the presentation, he hadn't actually flipped through the report, and neither had the other professors. Truthfully, they hadn't bothered to look at the papers after the first group. Accustomed to Jiangjing's group of graduate and doctoral students' papers, and having seen countless SCI papers, the reports by these high school seniors were riddled with too many flaws, with nothing worthwhile to explore. The more they read, the more they felt the need to cleanse their eyes, and it was troubling. Director Huang's colleague casually tossed the report aside, and then looked up to see a girl stepping onto the stage. The classroom was well heated, and the girl wore a somewhat thick white cross-colored shirt with dark bamboo leaves embroidered on it, paired with a black and gold brocade horseface skirt that rippled with gold as she moved. Chapter 353, 135 Face Slap, second work by Lian, second update. Under the 3A black wooden hairpin was at the back of her head, and her hair was all tied up, revealing a long, slender neck. She went up with a USB drive and bent over to open their group's PowerPoint presentation. The speaker was Bai Lian because only she was familiar with these professional terms. Wang Su had created the PowerPoint, and Bai Lian had already gone over it several times before. In the middle, Ling Xiao glanced at Wang Su, looking at Bai Lian and the others with a sarcastic gaze. Wang Su glared back coldly at Ling Xiao. Song Min was somewhat distrustful, an expression of skepticism that he had harbored towards Bai Lian all his life. Letting her present, are you sure there won't be any mistakes? With that said, those who didn't know Bai Lian, such as Wang Su, also quietly asked Tang Ming. Right, I just heard Liang Wei's voice shaking. Can she handle it? This? Pei Qin had felt uncertain the night before, but now he was also worried. If I had known there would be so many people today, I would have let Ning Xiao or Song Min present. They obviously didn't know that the Ma Institute fellows and many professors would be coming. Such pressure was not something ordinarily bearable. While these people were worried, Tang Ming just smiled. If she can't handle it, then no one else here can. His tone was somewhat proud. Song Min looked at Tang Ming in surprise. On the podium, after the PowerPoint appeared, Bai Lian bowed to the professors and students before starting today's presentation. We adjust parameter space using Berry phase and Berry curvature to achieve lossless quantum bit transitions between different energy levels. She hardly glanced at the PowerPoint behind her. Standing slightly to the side at the podium, she held the USB drive in one hand, casually pointing at the PowerPoint behind her. Each time the USB drive landed, it corresponded with the line of text or the chart she was discussing. The winter sun had already risen, and the golden light streamed through the glass, passing through the air filled with drifting dust and shining upon her. Holding the USB drive, the girl spoke with ease, as if what lay beneath her fingertips was not the PowerPoint nor her own paper, but a vast expanse of territory. Clad in white top and black skirt, with a casual look in her eyes and the vigor of youth in her gesture. While everyone was still captivated by her poise, Director Huang finally reacted, hurriedly flipping through the paper in his hands, comparing the textual description on it. Then he looked up in astonishment. Wait, this model? Could it really be the work of high school students? Next to Director Huang, the professor was listening very attentively, but Gao Zhechen, who was sitting on the other side, frowned when Bai Lian got to the model part of her presentation, squinting at Bai Lian. 20 minutes. Bai Lian finished her presentation, her right hand behind her back, and she bent forward slightly. Thank you, teachers and fellow students. Down in the audience, Wang Su gave her a thumbs up. But Ling Ziao was filled with disbelief. Bowing their heads, Liang Wuyu and Su Jiyue also looked up at the PowerPoint, with Su Jiyue not taking her eyes off Bai Lian. Teacher, I think their group did really well, said Director Huang, who hadn't commented before, to the Ma Institute fellow. He seemed to understand why his teacher was there. What do you think? The Ma Institute fellow hummed in response, giving his brief critique. The others were still quietly discussing. Hearing the Ma Institute fellow's hum, it was like setting off an explosion. Bai Lian straightened up, just about to return to her seat. Wait, from the crowd, Gao Zhechen stood up and looked at Bai Lian with a sharp gaze. I should have mentioned before that the model requires hands-on involvement. Are you sure you participated in the model you presented? As soon as he said this, the bustling classroom suddenly fell silent. In the back row, Director Huang breathed a sigh of relief and said to the professor beside him, I knew it, where would students be so skilled? Fortunately, it wasn't these students' work. The professor nodded. Regardless, the use of terms in this paper is impressive indeed. It shows that they've researched the reviews and the papers. In the middle seats, Wang Su looked up dumbfounded, asking Tang Ming, is that a rule? Before this, Gao Zhechen had not mentioned any such regulation, which is why they collaborated with Ling Ziao. Pei Qin saw it very clearly and narrowed his eyes calmly. Whether there is or isn't, now that Dr. Gao has said so, it means there is. What should we do? Wang Zu's excitement fell. Behind them, Ling Ziao spoke up a bit too loudly. To think they got the model from someone else, teacher, that shouldn't count towards the final score, right? Director Huang and the others were also stunned, looking at each other with puzzled expressions. They had originally planned to give Bai Lian a high score. Dr. Gao, as long as someone from our group participated in the model, that would be acceptable, right? Bai Lian leaned on the podium with one hand, her eyes slightly squinted. Gao Zhechen glanced at her and said in a grave voice, Indeed, but you're not going to tell me you were involved, are you? Correct. Bai Lian raised her eyebrows. As Director Huang was just about to drink water, he choked on it again. Looking up in shock, he thought, could you really be that exceptional? You think a new paper wouldn't quickly come to someone's attention? That no one would notice. This model, it was included in a paper published by Hewan at 11 o'clock yesterday morning. Gao Zhechen had always considered Hewen a rival. He didn't understand why Hewen could go places he couldn't. So he always kept an eye on his every move, studying whatever Hewen studied. Once Hewen published a paper, Gao Zhechen was among the first to know. "You're not going to tell me that you wrote that paper, are you?" he asked Bai Lian, almost scoffing. Students are so blatant with their dishonesty these days. The entire classroom fell silent. In the back row, all the professors grew serious, their expressions stern. Not having made the model oneself is understandable, but claiming to have done so would mean a problem with one's character. It raises serious concerns about academic integrity. "Of course, I didn't write it," Bai Lian shook her head. Just as Ling Ziao was about to laugh, she spoke again, unhurriedly. "However, I did indeed participate in the modeling process. If you look at the authors listed after the title, you should see my name. My name is Bai Lian." According to He Wen, she and another student were both listed as second authors. As a second author, her name would naturally appear on the paper. Chapter 354. 136 Top Gaokao Scorers Betting Market _1 He Wen? 4 Wang Su, a resident of Xiqing. This name was like something out of a legend. Just think about it, He Wen had been unbeatable at Jianghu University, and even the affiliated high school of Jianghu wanted to display his name prominently. What kind of glory must he have had in Xiqing? In the middle row of seats in the classroom, Wang Su, Pei Qin, and Song Min, among others, were all staring blankly at Bai Lian, who was lazily leaning against the lecture podium. Bai Lian knew He Wen? And they had worked on a mathematical modeling project together? In front of Wang Su, Ling Ziao let out a sigh of relief and smiled, his eyes on Bai Lian, who was standing at the podium. "Just the other day, we were discussing Senior He Wen, and now you're saying you've worked on a math model with Senior He Wen. Even in Jianghu, there are only a few who could see Senior He Wen now, and you claim you're the second author. I might as well say I've been doing experiments with Senior He Wen in the lab." The name He Wen was not only well known among students but also among a group of doctoral supervisors. Not only because of his own talent but also because of the experiences he underwent. Being suppressed and enslaved by his mentor, having his papers blocked, and then by some stroke of fate, he leaped into the Jiang family's laboratory. The academic circle was much deeper than the business and political circles. It wasn't so easy for someone with a humble background to rise to prominence. And yet, by some twist of fate, He Wen had caught the eye of the Jiang family. Many doctoral supervisors envied his luck. He owed his fame today to talent, effort, and luck. Not one could be lacking. It was well known that those who entered the Jiang family's lab were almost cut off from the world, appearing in public only for important occasions. Right now, only the people in Director Huang's row had learned from Gao Zhechen that this modeling was part of He Wen's paper. So it's his work. Director Huang breathed a sigh of relief, which was understandable. Considering the people under Zhang Fulai's command, it wouldn't be impossible for Director Huang to believe they could achieve controlled nuclear fusion research the next day. However, when Bai Lian said she had also participated in He Wen's model, it was almost akin to a kindergarten student participating in a university competition. If someone else had claimed this, Director Huang would have simply laughed it off, thinking that the person who said it was somewhat hysterical. But the one who said this was Bai Lian, and Director Huang glanced at Academician Ma. Academician Ma merely raised an eyebrow, completely unfazed, without even a flicker in his eyes, and as his most senior disciple, Director Huang quickly stood up. Gao Zhechen, Director Huang approached Gao Zhechen's place. "Pull up He Wen's paper." Apart from Liang Wuyu, Gao Zhechen really didn't care about anyone else in the class, and naturally he hadn't paid attention to Bai Lian's name. Of course, even if he knew Bai Lian's name, he wouldn't care about who was the second or third author in He Wen's paper. Gao Zhechen rarely looked at papers on his phone, so he was a bit clumsy in doing so and took some time to search. He remembered the title of He Wen's paper and typed in a few keywords. Soon, a newly published paper appeared. Gao Zhechen clicked on it directly. "Director Huang, how could you believe what a high school senior?" While reading, Gao Zhechen spoke with Director Huang, but before he could finish his sentence, his eyes fell on the names under the title. When he Li Hongxing, Lian by the first author was listed up front, followed by the second author. All formal journal submissions used English, and Gao Zhechen's eyes were fixed on the last name. Although he didn't remember Bai Lian's name before, he had remembered the pronunciation of Bai Lian, when she introduced herself just now. He rapidly scrolled backward, all the way to He Wen's acknowledgements, which were quite lengthy. In the laboratory, Xing Li Hong taught me how to use the experimental equipment, helped me record data, and luckily there was the model variable thinking provided by Bai Lian, which allowed me to. Gao Zhechen read each word carefully as he moved down the page. Bai Lian's name was not only listed as the second author, but the content in the acknowledgements also matched what Bai Lian had claimed. Director Huang had had some guesses even before seeing this paper, and now with his suspicions confirmed, he let out a long breath. Damn it, this model really did involve a high schooler's work. Dr. Gao, Bai Lian looked at Gao Zhechen's reaction and guessed he had seen the paper. She stood up properly, and politely said, "If you think it might be a case of the same name, you can contact He Wen at any time to verify it." Director Huang took out his phone, just in time to receive a WeChat message from President Ma. "It's her." Ultimately, the speculation was confirmed, and Director Huang gazed intently at Bai Lian before saying, "I have already confirmed with He Wen, and this is not a case of the same name." With that, he nodded to the professors at the back row. "Please score accordingly." Chapter 355. 136 College Entrance Exam Top Scorer Betting Pool _2. The model was created by herself. The whole report is professional in terminology, logical, 99 points. Amidst the endless reversals, a somewhat numbed professor awarded a high score. The reason for not giving a full score was because everyone still has room for improvement. "Thank you, Professor." Bai Lian bowed in thanks. With that, the last group of students finished their presentation. The professors stood up one by one and started to leave the room. The back door was open, but all the professors exited through the front door, nodding and greeting Bai Lian with kindness as they passed her. This was a student who was able to participate in particle wave modeling as early as high school. She might very well be the next He Wen. Once outside, the professors began to discuss quietly among themselves. "Who is she? Why have we never heard of her before? That shouldn't be the case." When He Wen was in high school, he was so exceptional that Jianghu's affiliate high school even poached him. But Bai Lian truly emerged out of nowhere. Academician Ma, Gao Zhechen finally snapped back to reality. He put away his phone and followed Academician Ma out. All the professors had left. The classroom was still very quiet. No one made a sound, including Ling Xiao. Bai Lian hadn't brought anything with her today. She went to her seat, picked up the down jacket on the chair, and slowly put it on. Seeing that Wang Su and the others still did not react, she gave Ning Xiao a look and then left first. Once she had left, Wang Su finally came back to his senses. He glanced at Pei Qin on his left, then at Tang Ming on his right. Pei Qin, Tang Ming, did you hear anything just now?" Wang Su was grasping Tang Ming's wrist. Pei Qin, who usually had a strong mental fortitude, couldn't help but entertain the same incredulous thoughts as Wang Su at this moment. It felt akin to a friend with whom you eat at street stalls suddenly telling you casually one day that she just talked about a partnership with Bill Gates. "Bai Lian, she worked with your idol on a mathematical model. The one we're using is the very model they collaborated on." On the main roadway of Boyuan Base, Gao Zhechen followed Academician Ma out. "Academician Ma, are you leaving already?" Seeing that it was him, the professor next to Academician Ma smiled and made room for Gao Zhechen. "Do you have something to discuss?" Academician Ma stopped. The majority assumed that Academician Ma had come for Gao Zhechen himself included. He blurted out subconsciously, "Weren't you here specially for the academic presentation today?" "Of course not." Academician Ma slightly furrowed his brows. "I was here to inspect Boyuan Base." Upon these words, the gaze that the PhD students next to him cast on Gao Zhechen turned peculiar. There had been rumors at Jianghu University before about Academician Ma visiting Boyuan Base twice for Gao Zhechen's sake. Gao Zhechen's face stiffened, and he gave an awkward smile as he stepped aside. "Professor," Director Huang followed behind Academician Ma, "before coming here today, I really thought you had the intention of letting Gao Zhechen enter the lab." Academician Ma commented indifferently, "Too superficial." Director Huang had to suppress a laugh upon hearing this. In the past 2 years, Gao Zhechen had been quite prominent, and after returning from studying abroad this year, he had won 3 awards. His research projects and papers were on 2 different topics. Academician Ma came alone to the PR office. Waiting for Bai Lian. He didn't wait long. Bai Lian arrived within 10 minutes. This is a ticket for tomorrow's lecture. Academician Ma handed a ticket to Bai Lian. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay. Bai Lian received it with her hand. The door of the PR office was open. She stood against the sunlight, her attitude calm and casual. The academic circle is not friendly to women. Before Bai Lian could command everyone's respect with her abilities as he once had, Academician Ma would not thrust her into the limelight, nor did he wish all her subsequent research to be questioned as having the Academician Ma label. It's just that there are too many impetuous people in the circle now. But what he didn't expect was that Bai Lian, a high school senior, seemed to carry an air of lofty disdain mixed with calm composure. He had visited Boyuan twice, and the rumors about his coming to see Gao Zhechen were rampant in Jianghu University. But not a single piece of information had leaked about the person he was truly observing. She could stand strong on her own without leaning on anyone else's momentum. Have you visited Jianghu University yet? Academician Ma, showing a rare warmth, looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian looked up, arching an eyebrow. Not yet. How come you haven't gone? There are many places worth seeing inside. Academician Ma was surprised. Can't you get in? I can get you a temporary pass. I don't. Bai Lian raised her hand in refusal. I want to get in on my own by passing the exam. Chapter 356. 136 top Gaokao scorers betting market under the 3. Academician Ma was very friendly with Bai Lian online, and after meeting her in person, apart from thinking she was exceptionally attractive, perhaps too much so for someone serious about research, he only had one impression of her. This girl looked very demure. The Academician Ma, who just discovered Bai Lian might have a rebellious streak, said, "Fine." He was a bit silent. Now wearing a down jacket, Bai Lian only revealed the snow-white collar of her shirt underneath. Academician Ma looked at her for a while and said, "You remind me of someone, but she's from a completely different era." "Who?" Bai Lian asked, stuffing the event ticket into her large pocket. "The head senior," Academician Ma said nonchalantly. "When you get into Jianghu University next year, you'll meet her. Each year when exams roll around, a bunch of people go to her for last-minute luck. All right, you should head back now." He waved her off. It would be hard to explain if someone saw her here later. Bai Lian had no idea who the head senior he mentioned was and, after bidding farewell to Academician Ma, left the place. Behind her, Academician Ma watched Bai Lian's retreating figure, muttering to himself, "There are 167 days left until the college entrance exam, and over 240 days until the start of school. I wonder when Jianghu University will start this coming year. It will be lively when she comes to Jianghu." Sometime after she left, Director Huang returned. He had just gone to check Bai Lian's records. Many professors had already looked up Bai Lian's information on the spot. "Her math is truly impressive," Director Huang exclaimed. "No wonder he once sought her out for modeling. If only her science comprehensive was a bit stronger, then I'd know about her. But it's okay, we have the One Chong plan. Liang Wuyu and Hewan excel in all areas. If Bai Lian's science scores were better, she might compare with Liang Wuyu and Su Zhiyue." Academician Ma stood by without saying a word, not revealing to Director Huang that a certain someone insisted on getting in on her own merit. But with this year's bet surrounding the college entrance exam top scorer, many people might be up for a rude awakening. Suddenly thinking of something, he took out his phone and forwarded a video sent to him by the Boyuan base's person in charge to Zhang Fulai. On the other side with his phone, Zhang Fulai received Academician Ma's message, just as his assistant brought over 10 event tickets. Although Academician Ma's lecture was abrupt, it still caused quite a stir, sweeping up grad students, PhDs, and even professors. Some even rushed back from abroad. Event tickets were limited, and Zhang Fulai received 10 tickets sent over by Academician Ma. He looked down at his phone. Student by, image. Student by, Academician Ma just gave this to me. Him. Going back, he opened the video from Academician Ma. The video was a full-screen recording by Boyuan Base, from the first to the last group, lasting 2 hours. Zhang Fulai cut out all other segments except for the final group's presentation before saving it. Next to him, Zhang He, who observed his actions very clearly, said nothing. Zhang He slowly withdrew his gaze. his fingers leisurely undoing and redoing the button knot in the middle of his clothes. It was a sign of his anxiety. Another half-hour passed before Jianghu finally glanced down at him with an indifferent tone. She needs to study. Jianghu was sitting cross-legged on the couch, back to him, poking at his watch. Jianghu continued reading his documents. He was also busy at the end of the year, especially since he needed to carve out a day to visit the Su family, making his schedule even tighter. His phone lit up again. Student Bai. My grandpa said if you're busy, just bring Jianghu over to his place. Teacher Jiang. And me? You have withdrawn a message, Teacher Jiang. Oh, Student Bai. You focus on your work, Teacher Jiang. Was he not quick enough with his fingers? Noon. Su family cafeteria. Taking advantage of the free morning, Suan brought Ji Hang, Ji Xiaojun, and Xin Qing for a tour of the entire Su family building, letting everyone in Su family know that he was Su En's future father-in-law. Ji Mulan's face was filled with evident joy. Suan had planned to take them out for lunch, but Ji Hang didn't let him. He said the company cafeteria was just fine. The group walked toward them, running into Director Wang and his party. Director Wang caught a glimpse of Ji Hang holding a smoking pipe, smiled slightly, and knew who they were. President Su, congratulations in advance on your wedding. It's a shame I have to fly abroad tomorrow. He sighed. By Su En's side, Ji Mulan understood the subtext of Director Wang's words. If it were someone else, if Su Wanyao were marrying Qi Shuyun, Director Wang would make the effort to clear a day to attend the wedding, even if he were busy. Ji Mulan cared too much about others' opinions and could hardly stand any negative ones. Her expression faded. And when she saw that Shen Qing wasn't wearing the elegant hat she had given her but still that terribly unfashionable velvet cap, Ji Mulan's smile began to freeze. She anticipated that 80% of Su family's upper echelons wouldn't show up for the wedding. Zhang. The uplifting surge of the Guzheng sounded. The tense atmosphere was broken. By Su En's side, Ji Heng switched the hand holding his smoking pipe, digging out an elderly cell phone from his pocket. Xiaojiang, are you there? Chapter 357. 137 Meeting Yama in White, Part 2. Under one Xiaojiang? Su En remembered that this was the same person who went fishing with Ji Hang and the others last time. Uncle, do you have an acquaintance here? Where are they? I'll have my assistant go down to receive them. No need, you're busy, Ji Xiaojun waved his hand. I'm going down to bring Xiaohe up, I know the way. Shen Qing followed him. I'll go with you. The two left the cafeteria. Director Wang looked at Ji Hang with surprise. The Ji family had acquaintances in Jiangjing? However, since today Suan brought Ji Hang and the others to visit the Su family, inviting an acquaintance over at this time was not unexpected. People like Director Wang who navigated the business world often thought more deeply. Then Mr. Su, your family is busy, so I will head back to hand over my work. Director Wang said goodbye politely. As for the Ji family people, acquaintances, Director Wang didn't care. After everyone had left, Suan turned to look at Ji Hang. Uncle Ji, Wan Yao will send you this afternoon. The museum that Wan Yao had booked for Ji Hang and the others was this afternoon. Suan was letting Wan Yao take them. No need, Ji Hang waved his hand. We can go by ourselves. Suan frowned slightly. Why did he feel that the Ji family people were somewhat polite to Su Wan Yao all day today? He let Ji Hang walk ahead while he fell 2 steps behind and took out his phone to send a message to Su Wan Yao. Asking about the matter. Jiangjing University. Su Wan Yao, who had just taken his car keys and stepped out of the dorm building, received the message from Su En, and his expression became serious. I'll come back right away. Please help me explain to Mr. Ji and the others. Having said that, he found his car and drove to the Su family. On the way, he received a call from Qi Shuyun. Wan Yao, Qi Shuyun's voice held a hint of coquettishness. Come to my house to pick me up, okay? My dad asked me to give you the tickets for Academician Moss event. The tickets for Academician Moss lecture were scarce among undergraduates. They were mostly given to postgraduates and above. Su Wan Yao had also participated in the university's sign-up, but he hadn't managed to get one. However, it wasn't surprising for the Qi family to get tickets. Wan Yao just patiently explained to Qi Shuyun, Shuyun, I told you yesterday that I am taking them to the museum today. Are you serious? Qi Shuyun's tone changed instantly as she sat up. Last time you were running errands for them, This time you're playing the tour guide. You have more patience with them than with me. Shuyun, they've come all the way to Jianghu. It just means you don't care about me enough. Qi Shuyun was the only girl in 3 generations of the Qi family, spoiled and pampered from a young age. Su Wenyao pulled the car over to the side of the road, massaging his forehead. Listen to me, my dad previously in Xianxia. I don't care, Qi Shuyun cut in. If you don't come pick me up, I'll tear up the tickets. Su Wenyao was silent for a long time. Qi Shuyun, do you really think I'm after your tickets? Perhaps it was because he had never used such a serious tone before. Even when she brought up breaking up, he had managed to speak to her nicely. It was the first time that Wenyao, who had always indulged her, had such an attitude. You know that's not what I mean, Qi Shuyun frowned. I'm driving, Su Wenyao restarted the car. Let's hang up for now. You do have time, Su Shujie, wearing suit trousers and holding documents, stepped out of the car and gave Su Wenyao a once-over. You're actually accompanying them to the museum. Su Wenyao nodded slightly, his eyes soft but shadowed by faint clouds today. Would you like to join us? No, thank you, Su Shujie refused outright. But Shuyun went to see your grandmother. Be careful. Your grandmother will definitely want to talk to you tonight. I got it. Su Wenyao hadn't expected that Su Shujie would be informed of this so quickly after driving to the Su family. Su Shujie trusted Su Wenyao to handle things responsibly and didn't say more. Yu Guang saw Su En escorting Ji Hang and the others down from the building. Ji Hang, Ji Xiaojun, Shen Qing, and next to them was a 7 or 8-year-old boy. He wore a red cotton jacket, the large pockets on both sides embroidered with cabbage designs that didn't match the jacket, long eyelashes, delicate features, but with a somewhat blank expression. Like a child from a New Year painting. Who is that? Su Shujie asked in surprise. Su Wenyao thought for a moment. A friend of aliens. Su Shujie nodded and asked no more. Uncle, Wenyao just happens to have time, Su En said with a smile to Ji Hang. Let the kid take you there, he can show you the way. Now that Su Wenyao was there, Ji Hang found it hard to say no this time. The wedding is in 2 days, and you're still at the company. After the car left, Su Shujie finally turned to look at Su En, but they have one friend after another, one acquaintance after another. How many relatives are they planning to bring this time? Chapter 358, 137 Meeting Yama in White, Part 2, Under 2, Just one table. Su En glanced at her. Just one table? So few people? Su Shujie was a bit surprised. Ji Hang and the others were visiting the private museum of the Chen family, with a scheduled entry time of 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Wenyao parked the car in a nearby parking lot before leading the group to the museum. The museum is located on the very western edge of Xinjiang district, bordering Shermen district. The entire museum is designed in a garden style, with a wide gatehouse at the entrance. They limit the number of daily visitors, and there weren't many people queuing for the reserved slots at that time. The private museum of the Chen family is quite large, and it's widely known that it houses mostly items belonging to the Bai family. It's open to the public for free, yet it only admits just over 1,000 visitors each day. Su Wenyao and the others queued up and entered the spacious museum grounds. Walking along the corridor, they soon saw the first exhibition hall in the center. Right there in the center, within a glass cabinet, lay the preserved armor. You could hear the voice of the museum's tour guide drifting through the microphone. Everyone, look, this is General Bai Li's armor, weighing 112 jin. Imagine carrying such heavy armor while lunging at the enemy with a spear to strike at their heads. Past the iron armor, everyday utensils were displayed in glass cabinets on both sides, with stairs leading to the upper floors. The museum had 2 more floors above. The 3rd floor holds letters from members of the Bai family. Su Wenyao, no stranger to this place, explained to Ji Hang and the others, let's visit the 2nd floor first. Go to the backyard first. Ji Hang shook his head, striding with his pipe straight through the 1st floor and down a concrete path to the backyard. Su Wenyao was taken aback, but he followed Ji Hang. The entire backyard was a 1-hectare garden. The concrete path was narrow, flanked by ancient trees with a long history. There were not many pedestrians and no other attractions on the path. After walking 400 meters, they finally reached a tomb. Incense and candles were placed on both sides of the tomb. Jianghu, very familiar with the routine, picked up a stick of incense from the left side. However, due to his short stature, no one noticed him at that moment, their gazes fixed on the stone tomb in front of them. The tomb had 9 steps leading up to it, atop which sat a nearly dilapidated stele. Even Su Wenyao was aware of this part of history. He looked up at the stele. Even though it wasn't his first visit, Su Wenyao was still subdued by the inscription on the stele, the unrestrained and bloody aura enveloping him. Before the last battle, the tomb's owner had engraved their own epitaph believing they would not return. The epitaph comprised only 10 characters. By Yi Sheng Jian Jin Yen Fan Luo Gue Life in Defiance, in white, facing Yama. This was the epitaph by Xianxia left for herself. It was only after Chen Yi later returned to Jianghu that it was brought back. Su Wenyao couldn't quite imagine what those people were like back then, to have left behind such words. Just looking at the stele, he could envision the figure in white, standing against the wind with a spear in hand, inscribing the characters with gallant determination. Many offerings had been laid on the stele and the steps. Lollipops, candied haws, pretty butterfly hair clips, one after another of fresh flowers, and stacks upon stacks of photos from around the world. Covered with these tributes, the tomb keepers would clear them away, only for a new batch to accumulate soon after. At such times, Xin Qing didn't speak either. She watched as Jianghu took some incense sticks and followed suit, handing a few to Ji Shaojun and the others. The group ignited the incense in the nearby flame and then bowed respectfully. This wasn't Su Wenyao's first time engaging in this ritual either. Before his college entrance exams, he had specifically gone to pay respects to the first row of bronze statues at Jianghu University. After the ritual, Su Wenyao finally understood why Ji Hang had wanted to come here. Ji Hang and his companions were from Xianxia. However, Su Wenyao looked at Ji Hang with surprise. Was this not his first visit? Otherwise, how would he have known that behind the museum was a mausoleum? Most people visiting for the first time wouldn't know that behind it lay the tomb of Bai Xiangjuan. After their worship, Ji Hang and the others finished touring the 2nd and 3rd floors before leaving the museum. The parking lot was a bit far from there. Su Wenyao told Ji Hang and the others to wait there while he went to get the car. On his way, he received a call from Grandma Su. "Wenyao," said Grandma Su sternly, "how have you upset Shuyun again?" Su Wenyao opened the car door very gently. "Grandma, please don't interfere with this if you will. What sort of nonsense have the Ji family fed you?" Grandma Zu's voice grew colder. "Wenyao, do you realize Shuyun has tickets to the Ma Institute's event? Come back immediately and apologize to her. She said she'll let bygones be bygones as long as you apologize." Su Wenyao settled in his seat, always very polite. "Grandma, I don't have time to come back, I still have things to take care of here. If you don't have anything else, I am going to hang up." "Wenyao." Grandma Su sounded anxious. "You don't want the tickets anymore?" "Grandma, I'll call you back later." Su Wenyao hung up the phone, sat in the driver's seat, elbow resting lightly on the window, gaze fixed on the buildings outside. He pressed his brow for a long while before driving the car to the museum. On the roadside, Jianghu held a sugar-coated haw on a stick, slowly nibbling at it with his head down. Su Wenyao rolled down the window. Then he heard Shen Qing muttering to Ji Shaojun while opening the door. "I told you, he's had too much sugar today, and you still bought him candied haw? I was just having a chat with my dad. Did you have to buy it and bring it back? Do you think I can't afford to buy it for him?" Ji Shaojun didn't say a word, another sugar-coated haw in hand, silently leading Jianghu into the car. Su Wenyao felt like laughing. The Su family always had many rules and never such lively scenes. Sitting comfortably in the passenger seat, Ji Hang said to Su Wenyao, "Wenyao, just take us to Alien's place. It's perfect since Xiaojun has brought her candied haw." All right, Su Wenyao was also curious about which library Bai Lian was at. He had heard she was in Chang'an district but had never actually seen her. "Please give me the address." The area around Bai Lian's place was complex, with many roads and several forks. Ji Hang forwarded the address Bai Lian had previously sent him to Su Wenyao. Su Wenyao steered the car onto the main road, casually tapped open the message on the phone mounted on the support, switched to the map following the address Ji Hang had given, and glanced at the address. Wuyuan Base. He activated the navigation, and just as the car moved a meter, screech! Suddenly, an abrupt stop, and the car parked at the side of the road. Boyuan base? Su Wenyao slightly turned his head. She's at Boyuan base now? Behind him, Qing stabilized Jianghu. With his usual gentle demeanor, Su Wenyao had startled her with his sudden breaking. Yes, can't she be there? Chapter 359, 138 Found Sister Land's True Score. Director Chen returns. Under Sir One Boyuan base was established by the renowned mathematician Jiao Boyuan, who has significant international influence in Jianghu. Programs like Boyuan base and the One Chong plan are only known to a part of the top students. Naturally, Qing and the arts-focused Ji Xiaojun have no idea about them. When Qing asked the question fearfully, Su Wenyao also became somewhat confused. Was Qing so nervous because she believed Boyuan to be an unlawful place? If Boyuan base found out, they would likely feel quite helpless. No, Su Wenyao turned around, explaining to Qing as gently as possible. Boyuan base is the most famous summer camp in Jianghu. Generally only top students can get in. Top students? As Su Wenyao mentioned these three words, Qing was also perplexed. She remembered Bai Lian's persona in Beijing, a woman of no academic or artistic merit, similar in character to Ji Mulan. When Bai Lian first came to Xianxia, Qing disdained her. Only later did she find out that Bai Lian was different from Ji Mulan. But what does top student have to do with Bai Lian? Noticing Qing's confusion, Su Wenyao calmed down, started the car again, and followed the navigation onto the main road. So, alien, studies there? The Ji family always said that Bai Lian was studying hard. Su Wenyao and Su En both thought she was at the library since the Jianghu library is well stocked. Su Wenyao even considered advising Bai Lian to study there. But was she at Boyuan base? She studies at Boyuan base. Jianghu lowered the car window slightly, letting the cold wind blow in, and also doubted in his mind. Is that really a place only for top students? Their family never brought up grades in front of Bai Lian. Jianghu and Ji Xiaojun always thought that Bai Xiaoke and Bai Xiaoqi had impacted Bai Lian too much. She even switched to science for them, so they tried to avoid mentioning such sad topics. And as for Bai Lian, the more she learned about modern knowledge, the more she realized how superficial her own understanding was. They didn't ask, and she never told her scores. Only Zhang Fulai would ask her. Yes, Su Wenyao nodded. He looked at the rearview mirror quietly, feeling for the first time that even his usually steady family could be unreliable. Asking them wouldn't yield any information, but Su Wenyao suddenly remembered the message Su Jiue sent him last time, mentioning a very attractive girl at the special training class. At the time, Su Wenyao didn't care about that message. But now recalling it, the museum was on the edge of Sherman District, some distance from Chang'an District, but luckily there was still time before traffic jams, so it took nearly 40 minutes to reach Boyuan base. As soon as Su Wenyao parked the car by the roadside, he saw Bai Lian coming out of Boyuan base. It wasn't just Su Wenyao. Jianghu and the other three were also quite silent, except for Jianghu, who was watching Bai Lian with shining eyes. Ji Xiaojun handed back the candied haw to Jianghu, then silently offered it to Bai Lian. Jianghu had eaten 3 haws off the stick, revealing its pointed end. When they got on the car, Ji Xiaojun had taken away the candied haw. Bai Lian looked down at the candied haw, pausing for a moment, not taking it immediately. Not eating? Ji Xiaojun asked. It was during the memorial service when he saw them laid out, and upon coming out, he saw Jianghu wanting to eat them, so he had bought some for the kids as well. Regaining her senses, Bai Lian took the candied haw, looked up, and gave Ji Xiaojun a rare warm smile. "I'll eat." It had been a long time since an elder bought her one. Ji Xiaojun pondered to himself. Alien, Qing could never keep her thoughts to herself. Wenyao said that this place is only for top students, is that right? Yes, Ji Xiaojun added from the side. Wenyao said that to be admitted here, students must be exceptionally talented, with most even having the potential to compete for the national top exam scores. Su Wenyao nodded. No, Bai Lian was well aware of her current abilities. She was still far behind in biology and chemistry. I can't compare to them. She unhurriedly unwrapped the candy haw stick. A very honest answer. Next to her, Jianghu stopped munching on his candied haw and looked up at Bai Lian in disbelief. I knew it, Qing nodded, then seemed a bit regretful. You just shifted from arts to science. How could you suddenly become a top student? But that's okay, alien, we take things one step at a time. Their emotions were like riding a roller coaster. The three of them didn't understand, but Su Wenyao knew very well about Boyuan's system. Although the hardest part to get into Boyuan is the recommendation, one still needs to reach a certain score to enter, applying 2 months in advance. I hadn't reached the standard, my comprehensive science wasn't passing at that time, Bai Lian said nonchalantly. But I've always had perfect scores in math, so Boyuan made an exception and let me in. Su Wenyao was extremely shocked. Math perfect score? Exceptional admission? Bai Lian looked at Su Wenyao with surprise, not really understanding his expression. Yeah. There were many students at Boyuan base more rounded than her, and the tests she took were only C-level, not a big deal, right? Su Wenyao. No, to be admitted by Boyuan as an exception, one must have the caliber to at least get into Jianghu University. Hadn't the Ji family always stated that Bai Lian's grades were poor? Especially Ji Mulan, worried that Bai Lian couldn't get into university, was even planning to send her to an international high school and arrange for her to study abroad. You're suggesting someone who could get a direct admission to Jianghu University attend a private international high school? Su Wenyao felt that Ji Mulan was being ridiculous. If you can get into Boyuan base, you should know about the One Chong plan. Were you offered a direct admission to Jianghu University? Su Wenyao couldn't help asking. This was what shocked him. Mentioning Boyuan base, the three from the Ji family were able to restrain themselves. But as soon as Jianghu University was brought up, Xinqing couldn't hold back any longer. Jianghu University? She could get a direct admission to Jianghu University? This was a school Xinqing didn't even dare to dream of. When Bai Shaoke was admitted to Jianghu University, the Bai family had the media release news for 2 months straight. And now, Su Wenyao was saying Bai Lian could get a direct admission to Jianghu University? Oh that! Bai Lian understood the point of Su Wenyao's shock and calmly explained. I didn't join. I plan to take the college entrance examination. What? Su Wenyao frowned. Didn't your school tell you about the One Chong plan? They did, Bai Lian bit into her candied haw and explained leisurely. But I don't like the major they offered. Su Wenyao, who heard someone being picky about Jianghu University for the first time. He involuntarily shifted his gaze to the other 3 members of the Ji family. Alien, are you really going to take the college entrance exam? Ji Heng positioned himself behind Shan and the other one, in a good mood. He lit a cigarette and took a puff with squinted eyes. Bai Lian twirled the candied haw stick in her hand. Yes. When Bai Lian switched her major from arts to sciences, neither Ji Heng nor Ji Xiaojun had ultimately stopped her. Now she chose not to join the One Chong plan, and the two still did not interfere with Bai Lian's choice. As for Shen Qing, she thought even Bai Lian skating on the street was a good thing, so what could anyone expect from her? Su Wenyao drove back to the Su family in a disheveled state. Ji Heng and the other two, along with Zhang He and Bai Lian, toured the Boyuan base and then went to the base's cafeteria for dinner before taking the bus back to the hotel. Bai Lian saw the group out the gate before she returned to the classroom. On the way, she connected her Bluetooth headset and launched her vocabulary app to start memorizing technical terms. A message from Chief Chen popped up on the home screen of her phone. Chief Chen. Miss Bai, I have just returned to Jianghu. He took the time to return 2 days before Su En's wedding. Chief Chen. Tomorrow, I'll go ice fishing with Uncle Ji. Would you like to join us? Tomorrow morning she has classes, and in the afternoon, there is a lecture by an academician from the Ma Institute. Bai Lian listened to vocabulary words while slowly responding. No time. You guys have fun. Chief Chen was a bit disappointed. All right then. Bai Lian's study group. Wang Su finally couldn't help but ask Tang Ming, where did Sister Bai go? After the academic report ended at noon, Bai Lian hadn't returned. Normally, everyone didn't care what Bai Lian did, but today, everyone was too agitated to settle down for studies since Bai Lian and Hewen had worked on a mathematical model together, especially Wang Su. Her. While focusing on a research paper, Tang Ming answered without lifting his head. She was practicing the piano in the dormitory in the afternoon. She should be coming over soon. Whenever Bai Lian had an inspiration, she quickly noted it down. Practicing the piano and reading reviews were her ways to relax between solving problems. Practicing the piano? Wang Su couldn't associate the activity with Bai Lian. Why is she practicing the piano? Not just the others, but even Song Min found it outrageous. Not to mention that students at Boyuan Base wouldn't usually spend time practicing the piano. Song Min also remembered something Bai Qiming once said. The incident of Bai Lian sleeping through her zither lesson and driving her teacher away had become a joke among the Bai family members. As they were talking, the door was gently pushed open. The study group members, gathered around a couple of tables, all snapped their heads up and stared intently at the classroom door. Bai Lian, memorizing vocabulary with lowered eyes, casually closed the classroom door with her phone. Seeing Bai Lian's return, Wang Su was the first to grow restless. Sister Bai, how come you and Senior Hewen worked on a mathematical model together? Do you two actually know each other? How come you never mentioned it before? With his question, everyone's gaze was fixated on Bai Lian. Especially Song Min, who quietly watched her. He had always doubted her ability to get into Boyuan. Until today, Hewen was someone he looked up to with great admiration. In front of Hewen, even Bai Xiaoke, the pride of the Bai family, was just an ordinary person. He never imagined that Bai Lian would actually know Hewen. Bai Lian took a seat between Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. Not really acquainted, just online friends. He had a model but couldn't find a collaborator, so he asked me. I see, Wang Su nodded, somewhat understanding. After all, that was Hewen, someone you couldn't just meet if you wanted to. Why would he look for you? Song Min gazed deeply at Bai Lian as he asked. Bai Lian ignored Song Min beside her. Tang Ming, with his legs crossed and his right hand resting on the table, glanced at Song Min. Sister Bai always gets full marks in math. Why do you think he would look for her? Chapter 360. 139. A sister who has never met before sends tickets to Su Wenyao. Second update, under 1. She scored full marks in mathematics. Song Min's mind exploded instantaneously. He finally found an explanation for the oddity he had always felt. No wonder Bai Lian said she didn't care about the spot back then in Xianxia. No wonder he had seen her at the Boyuan base. The full score in mathematics that had been looming over him since the midterms, almost becoming his shadow. Was it Bai Lian? He knew both Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were from Xianxia No. 1 High School. Finally catching on to something, he pressed his hand against the table and stood up. So the one who scored 150 in mathematics in the last joint exam was her? What about this time's mathematics and the science comprehensive? At the base, he had also interacted with Ning Xiao, who was good at both math and physics, especially physics. Therefore, Song Min had always thought that Ning Xiao was the one who scored 150. Yes, Tang Ming didn't understand why Song Min was reacting so strongly and jumped in shock. He hesitantly began. Of course, the math was Sister Lian, but the first place in science comprehensive was Ning Xiao. Learning that Bai Lian wasn't first in science comprehensive, Song Min let out a huge sigh of relief. However, the next second, he felt the pressure come crashing in like a tide from all directions. 150 points. Her mathematics was that good? He looked up, staring blankly in Bai Lian's direction. Su family. Director Wang had someone deliver the New Year's gifts to the old lady before saying goodbye. Old Madam, President Su, Miss Qi, I have to go abroad tomorrow and am paying an early New Year visit now. The day after tomorrow was Su En's wedding, and he was leaving the country tomorrow. Old Madam Su had no objections to Director Wang's actions. In fact, she even seemed to encourage it, saying with a smile, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. Su En nodded at Director Wang without a word. After delivering the gifts, Director Wang left the Su family residence. As he was walking out, he happened to see Su Wenyo's car. Xiaoqin, go to the company tomorrow to check on things, said Director Wang as he got into his car, not even lifting his head to the driver. Find out what's going on with the ZUS, and you, the proposals are revised again and still the same, showing no progress at all. The driver Xiaoqin was honest and simple, not daring to speak up against Director Wang's criticism. He was an employee of the company, not a driver, but today, even on his day off, he had been called in by Director Wang to act as his driver. With a car loan and a mortgage to pay, a son in high school, a wife undergoing chemotherapy, and both sets of parents to support, he dared not speak out against his boss abuse and didn't dare to quit his job. Inside the house, old Madam Su looked at Su En. I told you to bring Bai Lian here before the wedding. Why have there been no developments? The old lady still hadn't given up. She doesn't have time, Suen replied calmly, though he actually hadn't mentioned it to Bai Lian at all. No time. Old Madame Su scoffed. She didn't believe it for a second. Bai Lian didn't have time? But at that moment, she had other things to think about, glancing at Suen. When Wen Yao gets here, you speak to him properly. He's not replying to Shu Yun's messages, and you've seen how upset Shu Yun is getting. As she spoke, she also reached out to pat Qi Shuyun's hand, saying very kindly, Shuyun dear, don't worry, Grandma will handle it for you. Qi Shuyun sat next to old Madame Su. Her eyes were a bit red. Suen, however, remained silent. Almost as soon as old Madame Su finished speaking, Su Wenyao returned home. Wenyao, old Madame Su stood up upon seeing that Suen wasn't saying anything. Now that Shuyun is here, you should apologize to her quickly. What's with all this conflict between young lovers? She laughed, playing the mediator. Qi Shuyun turned her head away, refusing to look at Su Wenyao. Every time they argued, Su Wenyao was the first to give in, whether it was a big matter like today's conflict or a small one, like the tone of his WeChat replies. The Su family and the Qi family originally had something akin to a business marriage. The Su family was wealthy, while the Qi family was influential in the educational sector. Su Wenyao had never had a girlfriend before Qi Shuyun, who was both his first and only one. Usually, he tried his best to do whatever Qi Shuyun asked, but now he was tired. I don't think I'm wrong in this matter, he said frankly. Setting aside the fact that the Ji family had helped Suen in Xianxia before, now that Ji Mulan was to marry Suen, and the Ji family was coming to Jianghu for the first time, they had to show the proper courtesy. Qi Shuyun, standing beside old Madame Su, suddenly stood up. Then, without looking back, she ran out of the Su family's main gate. Shuyun! Shuyun! Old Madame Su, holding her cane, tried to follow her out, but ultimately couldn't catch up. Su Wenyao, what on earth are you thinking? Old Madame Su beat her cane forcefully against the floor. Do you know Shuyun came to give you event tickets? Wouldn't she have given them to you if you had said one soft word? What's wrong with a boy sweet-talking a girl a bit? Su Wenyao didn't want to talk. He headed straight upstairs, towards the last room on the hall, and knocked on the door. The door opened a crack, and a short-haired girl peeked out stealthily, asking Su Wenyao in a low voice, "Have all the guests downstairs left?" Chapter 361. 139. A sister who has never met before sends tickets to Su Wenyao. Second update. Underscore 2, I'm leaving. That's good, Jiue breathed a sigh of relief, opening the door casually to let Wenyao in. Brother, help me close the door. She slouched back into her chair nonchalantly. With a bag of potato chips, she watched, perfect day. Grandma told me not to come back the day after tomorrow. Boyuan base was far from the Su family, and Jiue had been called back by old lady Su today, who specifically instructed her not to attend the wedding, saying that studying is more important. Wenyao picked up the books from the floor and arranged them properly. So, are you going or not? Of course I'm going, Jiue replied bluntly. I haven't met the sister I've never seen before. Mulan was kind to both her and Wenyao, so Jiue was not averse to this sister. Wenyao paused. Maybe you've already met each other. Jiue turned around. What was the name of that girl from Boyuan base you mentioned last time? Alien. Jiue remembered her name. Wenyao said, your unseen sister is also called Alien. Jiue. The next day, early in the morning, Jianghu had not yet woken up when Shenqing abruptly pulled off his covers. We're going ice fishing today. He rubbed his eyes and got up. Jihang went to wash up and ran into Xiaojun. He suddenly stopped. Alien, she was exceptionally admitted by Boyuan, right? Xiaojun had talked with Shenqing all night the previous evening, and the two had complained about how Jihang and Jianghu were both as dull, showing little reaction. Yes. Xiaojun gave Jihang a strange look. Jihang grunted and continued to calmly head to the bathroom. Finally, Xiaojun noticed. Jihang was very composed. Due to the issue between Wenyao and Shuyun, Suen and Mulan came early this morning to bring breakfast for Jihang and the others. After setting the breakfast, he received a call from Su Shujia. What's wrong with him? Shenqing came out with Jianghu, noticing Su-en's furrowed brows. She squeezed toothpaste for Jianghu and gestured for him to go brush his teeth in the bathroom. Mulan knew a little about Wenyo's situation, which seemed related to the Ji family, and she also felt a bit agitated. Wenyo's academic issues, it's no use you asking so much about it. Jihang looked up. It's related to us? Not exactly. Mulan didn't dare to be perfunctory with Jihang. He's having a conflict with that girl from the Qi family. Now it seems to be an issue with a lecture ticket, and the Qi family isn't planning to give one to Wenyao anymore. A lecture ticket that important? Xiao Jun asked in surprise. The bathroom door was open. Jianghu stood on a stool, slowly watching himself brushing his teeth in the mirror, listening to the adults talk. After breakfast, Jihang and the others went downstairs to prepare for ice fishing. Su-en and Mulan saw them off. At the hotel entrance, Su Shujie hurried over, pausing slightly at the sight of Jihang and the others holding fishing rods and gear. Shen Qing didn't know how to greet Su Shujie and sheepishly said, "Are you coming ice fishing with us?" Su Shujie stopped mid-sentence. No need. She watched the group leave and then turned to Su-en with a frown. What exactly is going on with Wenyao at Buyuan Base? Today's lecture was given by Director Huang, a student of academician Ma, well known at Zhongjing University, and the most authoritative of all the professors who came to lecture these days. His main research was in physics. Today's lecture was also related to physics. During the break, Tang Ming saw Jiue sneaking glances at him again. When he looked back at her, she immediately pretended to be reading a book. Tang Ming was somewhat silent as he discreetly spoke to Alien. "Alien, why do I feel like that girl is always sneakily looking at you?" There were only 2 girls in the class, Alien and Jiue. "It's quite normal," Wang Su, sitting next to Tang Ming, lowered his voice. "That Liang Wuyu has looked over several times, not to mention others." While the other students were obediently listening to the lecture, Alien was already capable of collaborating with Yiwan for modeling. Alien was wearing her light blue shirt from before, holding a black pen, her head bowed in earnest scribbling, her eyelashes long and black, slightly drooping, the very image of a diligent student. Her phone lit up. It was Jianghu. She picked it up and glanced at it, then sat up straight, her pale fingers tapping on the screen. After a moment of thought, "Where are you?" "Jiang teacher, at home." "Alien student. Are there any tickets left for the event?" She was asking about Academician Ma's event tickets. Academician Ma was a leading figure in the quantum field, holding cutting-edge technology in this area. Attending his lectures could optimize one's knowledge structure, enhance one's level of awareness, and broaden horizons. Chapter 362. 139. A sister who has never met before sends tickets to Su Wenyao, second update. Under 3, of course, they would also get to know more experts and scholars. "Teacher Jiang, how many do you need?" That meant there were still some left. Bai Lian had originally thought that his 10 tickets wouldn't be enough to go around, so she hadn't asked him for any. But hearing him say this, she was no longer polite. "Bai Lian. 3. Bai Lian. Where are you? I will come to pick them up later." She asked for 1 each on behalf of Tang Ming, Ning Xiao, and Su Wenyao. To understand his lecture, one would need a certain academic foundation. Tang Ming might not understand it, but it would be good for him to broaden his horizons. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Fulai raised an eyebrow and only replied with 2 words. "Wait." Today there was a lecture by Academician Ma, and Director Huang ended today's class at 11 o'clock. As soon as he left, the students in the class also got up, ready to leave. Do you know why Professor Huang left so early? In the front, Ling Xiao and his group were talking. "I heard there's a very important lecture today." Ling Xiao glanced over at Wang Su and Bai Lian, failing to detect any emotion on their faces. He left the room sullenly. Su Jiue, who had been sitting in his place looking repeatedly towards Bai Lian, wanted to approach her but, seeing so many people around her, he didn't dare to come forward. In the end, Bai Lian disappeared at the door. Su Jiue. It was a bit early, but Ning Xiao and the others were still ready to go for a meal first. "You guys go eat," Bai Lian said lazily, holding her backpack and gripping her phone. "I'm going out for a bit." Zhang Fulai had arrived. The others were used to Bai Lian's mysterious comings and goings. Ever since that model came out, Not just Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. Even Pei Qin started calling her sis. Song Min lagged behind, unusually silent these past few days. After watching Bai Lian walk towards the gate, he held his phone and paused in place, but eventually he still followed her. Bai Lian always walked slowly, so it didn't take long for Song Min to catch up to her. Bai Lian, he called out to her, a few steps behind. If this was the Bai Lian of the past, upon hearing his voice she would have stopped. But now, Bai Lian didn't even break stride. The sense of disparity was profound. Song Min pursed his lips slightly and quickened his pace, walking in front of Bai Lian to block her path. Classmate Bai Lian. Bai Lian took a step back. Her down jacket had been taken by Shen Qing for cleaning, and what she wore over her green shirt today was a white, double-layered, embroidered cashmere vest with straight collars and lapels embroidered with plum blossoms and falling petals. A belt in the same color scheme was loosely tied around her waist. Stopped by someone, she simply looked up indifferently, her ink-black eyes sweeping over Song Min. The golden sunlight accentuated her beautiful face, with a look of annoyance. Are you sick? Is it illegal to beat someone up at the Boyuan base? Classmate Bai Lian, Song Min snapped out of it, feeling cold as it was his first time stopping someone. He looked at the Bai Lian who was completely different from his memory. Your mathematics. Jianghu Lai had just entered the school gates when he saw this irritating scene. The girl stood there coldly, her lazy face covered with a layer of irritation, like a cat basking in the sun but disturbed by someone. Excuse me, move aside, Jianghu Lai said indifferently. Song Min hadn't finished speaking when he felt a cold breeze behind him, followed by an icy voice that mixed with a scrutiny that was hard to ignore. Despite the path being 2 meters wide, Song Min instinctively stepped to the left to make way. Only then did he see the person who had just spoken, a man dressed in a severe black coat with a casual beige fluffy scarf around his neck. Despite the lack of expression on his face, when his gaze swept over, Song Min felt like an invisible hand had grabbed his insides tightly. It took his breath away. He turned noticeably pale. Ran into a fool. Bai Lian's impatience disappeared as she looked at Jianghu Lai with irritation. Jianghu Lai glanced at Song Min from the corner of his eye and walked away with Bai Lian. Who is that? Bai Lian unconsciously replied. Song Min. Song Min. Jianghu Lai had a good memory. After learning she had a fiancé, he had deliberately inquired about it. And what a coincidence, the fiancé had that name. Song Min. Jianghu Lai held the car keys, his tone mockingly elongated. Ex-fiancé, huh? His voice stretched out long. Bai Lian. A bit of a miscalculation. Seeing Bai Lian's expression, Jianghu Lai knew this man was indeed her ex-fiancé. He opened the passenger door. Bai Lian, please get in. Bai Lian silently got into the car. Jianghu Lai took his seat in the driver's seat, leisurely buckling his seatbelt and starting the car. Then, turning his head, he politely asked, Bai Lian, are we heading to Zhongjing University's intersection? Yes. Bai Lian connected to Bluetooth and started to loudly play an English reading. Oh, Bai Lian. Zhongjing University. Su Shujie found Su Wenyao. Everyone from the Qi family is waiting for your response. Calm down and come with me to the Qi family, okay? Su Shujie, dressed in a suit and draped in a coat, pressed her brow. If you don't go this time, how many opportunities will you miss out on? Can you really be content with that? She already knew the whole story. Qi Shuyun was too willful. This time, Su Wenyao was also stubborn, refusing to apologize or reconcile. There were so many industry bigwigs at Academician Moss lecture. Chances were, among them could be Su Wenyao's opportunity. Maybe this was never meant to be mine. Su Wenyao lowered his eyes, falling silent for a while before picking up a book and walking to the cafeteria. Auntie, no more talk, I won't go. His phone chimed. He glanced down casually and saw it was from Bai Lian. Location? Bai Lian. Do you have time to meet up? Su Wenyao saw the location, the intersection of Zir Avenue and Cloud Avenue, just 200 meters from the entrance of Zhongjing University. She came to Zhongjing University. Had she finally come around, wanting to take a look around the campus? Su Wenyao, wait for me 10 minutes. Su Wenyao didn't have time to think further. He looked around and saw a shuttle bus coming towards him. Zhongjing University was vast, with dedicated campus buses making rounds. Where are you going? Su Shujie hadn't finished speaking when she saw Su Wenyao boarding the shuttle. Alien is waiting for me outside, I'll show her around the school, Su Wenyao said, and as the bus doors automatically closed, it sped away, leaving behind a bewildered Su Shujie. What in the world was the Ji family doing? One group was out fishing, and now someone wanted to tour Jianghu University? She was in a mess. Academician Ma's lecture was this afternoon, and instead of joining her to visit the Qi family, Su Wenyao was now planning to take Bai Lian for a campus tour? Outside Jianghu University. Upon coming out, Su Wenyao jogged towards the location Bai Lian had sent him. Strangely, although this intersection was very close to Jianghu University, Bai Lian had not come over but was waiting there instead. 3 minutes later, he saw Bai Lian leaning lazily against a leafless ginkgo tree, dressed in a white quilted jacket, her head down memorizing words, attracting countless gazes. There were even girls with Jianghu University culture and creative canvas bags secretly taking photos. Su Wenyao slowed his pace, wondering if tonight he would see a thread on Bai Lian on the Jianghu University forum. Alien, he approached, handing her a cup of hot milk tea he bought on the road at the school gate, and started gently, "Why didn't you go to the school entrance?" Bai Lian looked up, not turning off the Bluetooth earphone, and spoke up, "Just drop something off and go." Drop something off? Was it Jianghu who asked her to do this? Su Wenyao was taken aback because Suan wouldn't let Bai Lian run errands, and only the Ji family tended to be different from others. Jianghu always had large pockets made for Bai Lian's clothes. The jacket had 2 pockets as well, and she fished out a ticket from inside, the same one Academician Ma had given her before. Bai Lian handed the event ticket to Su Wenyao, speaking lazily, "Take this." Chapter 363, 140 Su Wenyao's Opportunity. Bai Lian invites President Yu under 1. What? Su Wenyao took the item Bai Lian passed to him in surprise. Due to the conflict, Qi Shuyun hadn't given Su Wenyao a ticket to the event. He had never seen an event ticket before. Su Wenyao looked down curiously. The ticket was 5 centimeters wide, more than 10 centimeters long, overall in a light blue color, with an image of the Jianghu Science and Technology Museum on the front. He flipped it over, several lines were written on the back. Quantum and Information Era Lecturer. Ma Tongfeng date. January 17th in the afternoon at 2 location. Lecture Hall, Basement Level 2 of Jianghu Science and Technology Museum. Quantum and Information Era. Ma Tongfeng. As Su Wenyao read on, he suddenly realized what this was and a barely visible tremble went through his hand holding the light blue ticket, his fingertips turning a little pale. A lecture by Academician Ma. To say that tickets were hard to come by was an understatement. Any random person at the scene would be a big shot in the industry. Su En and Su Shujie had also put some effort into it, but the tickets couldn't be obtained by simply spending money. Otherwise, Su Shujie and the old lady Su wouldn't take turns persuading Su Wenyao to apologize. And now, Bai Lian just gave him one like that? "You, where did you get this?" He raised his head to look at Bai Lian, astounded. Even for someone as calm as him, his mind was in a daze. He was too flustered to know where to start. "Someone gave it to me." Bai Lian was still wearing a Bluetooth earpiece. The wind was a bit strong outside. She put her hands in her pockets and said languidly, "Jiang Xianxia said you wanted to attend Academician Ma's lecture." Su Wenyao replied subconsciously, "Jiang Xianxia." "Ah," Bai Lian said too fast and misspoke. She tilted her head. "I mean Jiang He, the one you've met." Su Wenyao knew Jiang He. They had gone to the museum together that day. "It's just..." Looking at the unconcerned face of Bai Lian, so beautiful, Su Wenyao really couldn't fathom how she would nickname someone and call them so earnestly by that nickname. "I should go now." Bai Lian nodded slightly to Su Wenyao. There was no parking here, and Jiang Fulai was still waiting for her at that temporary parking spot. She couldn't afford to go back too late. "You?" Su Wenyao opened his mouth, and Bai Lian looked at him with raised eyebrows, somewhat puzzled, as if asking if there was anything else. "No," Su Wenyao paused. "Just asking since you're at the school gate, why not go in and take a look?" "Well, see." Bai Lian bid him an unhurried farewell and turned to find Jiang Fulai. Behind her, Su Wenyao stood still on the spot. The event ticket in his hand felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Having grown up in the Su family, Su Wenyao always knew that the relationship between the Su family and everyone else was based on the value of interests. The old lady Su valued the Qi family's connections in the education sector. And how could the Qi family overlook the Su family's money? Qi Shuyun was capricious, but the Qi family was also using the event ticket to test his limit. Living in such an environment, for the first time someone directly told him, "If you want to go, I'll give it to you." She was the kind of person who was so relaxed, so easy to spark a liking for. Su Wenyao thought, if she were a general, many people would be willing to follow her into battle. Zier Avenue is a main road with many students, and vehicles can't stop here. Jianghu Lai circled around for a while before parking the car on the side of Cloud Avenue. There are many schools here, and despite it being close to the new year, many Jiangjing students still hadn't gone home. Passing students were all looking at Jianghu Lai's car. But seeing the tightly closed windows, no one dared to approach. Bai Lian opened the passenger door and sat down, buckling her seatbelt unhurriedly. Bai Lian interrupted him. "I gave Su Wenyao the ticket to Academician Moss lecture." Jianghu Lai, who could change subjects elegantly, with his eyebrows carrying a cool pride and cool white fingers tapping on the steering wheel, spoke seriously. "Well, go eat Jiangjing cuisine for lunch." "Okay." The situation was temporarily back to normal. Bai Lian turned the Bluetooth speaker volume down. After lunch, they would still go to the Science and Technology Museum. The museum was located between Chang'an and Xinjiang districts, and Jianghu Lai didn't drive too far, stopping at a private restaurant on the edge of Chang'an district. It was within a small alley, in an ancient building with few people around. Jianghu Lai had ordered the dishes before coming, in a second-floor private room by the window, a small square table next to the window, with a bamboo curtain half rolled up behind it was a transparent glass pane, offering a view of the river below through the glass. Occasionally a small boat would drift by. Bai Lian settled in her seat, pulled up the curtain, and while talking to Jianghu Lai said, "I also saved one for Tang Ming." "Him." Jianghu Lai poured her a glass of water with elegance and casually said, "He could benefit from the learning atmosphere." Bai Lian, lounging back, supported her chin and watched the view outside. "That's what I thought too." Chapter 364, 140 Su Wenyo's Opportunity. Bai Lian invites President Yu under her two. Meanwhile, on the way back to the classroom after eating, Tang Ming couldn't help sneezing, to which he explained to Ning Xiao, "My mom must be thinking of me." Ning Xiao usually wouldn't respond to that kind of remark. Excuse me. Just as they had reached the stairs, Su Jiue, wearing thick glasses and with her forehead hanging low, spoke softly to the two of them. "Do you know where Bai Lian is?" She twisted her fingers together nervously. Her voice was so soft that Tang Ming hadn't heard clearly, but he understood that she was inquiring about Bai Lian. Tang Ming glanced at her. "She's out on some business. If you need anything, I can pass on the message." "It's nothing, thank you." Su Jiue bowed again and hurriedly left with her head down. Tang Ming was puzzled. He still wanted to say something. His phone beeped, and at the same time, Ning Xiao's lit up. It was a message from Jianghu Lai, containing only the location of a science and technology museum. The two of them exchanged a glance and then turned to leave. Jianghu Lai was signaling them to hurry over. The Science and Technology Museum covered a vast area. The entire building was shaped like a concave streamline, and from high above, the Science and Technology Museum resembled a semicircular blue crystal, glistening brilliantly. Bai Lian and Jianghu Lai had arrived first, and they decided to look around the exhibition before heading to the lecture hall when it was time. The first floor showcased the evolution of science and technology from the modern era to the present, featuring 3D projections and displays about intelligence and co-creation. The second floor was dedicated to the evolution of physics, chemistry, and mathematics. The third floor focused on the universe and aerospace, where Bai Lian even saw a small satellite. The second basement level. A crowd had gathered at the entrance. Most of them were from Jiangjing University. Due to security reasons, the number of tickets was limited, and many without tickets could only gather at the entrance to watch. They might even encounter a luminary from a certain field. The museum had anticipated such a scenario and had deployed over a dozen security guards to maintain order on the second basement level. The lecture was set to begin at 2 o'clock. Su Wenyao arrived early with tickets to secure a good spot. He handed his ticket to the security check, and the staff member gave him a glance after seeing the blue ticket. It was only 1 o'clock, and there were only a few scattered seats left in the lecture hall. Su Wanyao, carrying a stack of books, found a corner seat, sat down, and began to go through problems with his head bowed. Preparing for the graduate school entrance exam? A voice came from above. Su Wanyao looked up and saw a somewhat bald middle-aged man. He was taken aback. Dean Huang. He recognized him as the dean of the physics college and also the director of Jianghu University. There was even an introduction to him hanging in the corridor on the first floor of the physics teaching building at Jianghu University. Yes, Director Huang glanced at the ticket beside Su Wanyao. There are few students who can get a ticket. This. Su Wanyao looked down at his ticket, his voice softening. It was given to me by my sister. Director Huang seemed thoughtful. What's your name? Su Wanyao. Director Huang narrowed his eyes slightly and recited a string of numbers. This is my mobile number. If you encounter any problems in your research, you can ask me. I'm also planning to take on a student this year. So work hard, and I hope to see your name on the list. He patted Su Wanyao on the shoulder. Su Wanyao was dizzy with surprise, as if luck had literally fallen on his head. Thank you, Dean Huang. He memorized the number. At the Qi family. Madame Su was speaking with Lady Qi. Is Shuyan still angry, refusing to come downstairs? As Su Wanyao hadn't shown up, Madame Su had to make a personal visit. Lady Qi sighed. Shuyan has been pampered by us, she lacks manners. Please forgive her, old madam. This matter isn't Shuyan's fault. Wanyao has trouble prioritizing. Madame Su had a very poor impression of the Ji family. This Ji Mulan hadn't even married into the Su family and already she had disrupted their feng shui. She put her hands together in a prayer-like gesture. I hope Shuyun can forgive Wanyao. Lady Qi gave a slight smile. Upstairs. Mr. Qi sat in his study, speaking very calmly to Qi Shuyun. Don't worry, Su Wanyao will come. He knew how much the Su family needed this opportunity to integrate into the academic circle. Lectures by academician Ma attracted many people from abroad to fly to Jianghu specifically. The Su family had been rising rapidly over the last 6 months, directly cooperating with the railway and cultural tourism officials. The Qi family wanted to use this opportunity to sound a warning bell for Su Wanyao, to show that one doesn't just enter this circle by wishing to. Without the Qi family, the Su family really would be helpless. I know, Qi Shuyun said indifferently, sitting aside and sipping her tea. Both were quite composed at the start. As time edged closer to 2 o'clock, Qi Shuyun was becoming visibly restless. Dad. Mr. Qi also frowned. Although he knew of Ji Mulan, he had never considered the Ji family a threat, as they were nothing compared to the Qi family. Chapter 365, 140 Su Wenyo's Opportunity, by Lian invites President Yu Underscore 3. He felt that the Su family would know who was truly important to them, and that Su Wanyao would eventually compromise for the sake of the ticket. Just wait a bit longer. Qi father was always able to remain calm. Qi Shuyun had no choice but to sit down again. Ding! The clock in the study struck 2 o'clock exactly, and Su Wanyao still had not arrived, not even a phone call. Dad! Qi Shuyun stood up. Qi father's face also darkened. This ticket was supposed to be an opportunity to get closer to the Su family. Unexpectedly, Su Wanyao was really that stubborn. Downstairs. The time had already passed. The old lady's complexion also grew gloomy. For the sake of that woman, Su En moved out of the Su family's old house. And now Su Wanyao was also missing out on the ticket because of the Ji family. She stood up, looked towards Mrs. Qi and said solemnly, Don't worry, I'll give an explanation to Shuyun about this matter. Old madam, I know you have Shuyun's best interests at heart, Mrs. Qi said with narrowed eyes. We want to attend the wedding the day after tomorrow. I hope you can understand. Su En's second marriage, and the partner is an unknown person. Though the wedding was grand, some people would go out of respect for Su En, while others couldn't be bothered to pay homage. The Qi family looked down on these social circles, but Mrs. Qi and Qi Shuyun were still planning to go. After all, after Qi Shuyun married into the Su family, Ji Mulan would be her mother-in-law, at least partially. Mrs. Qi also planned to accompany Qi Shuyun to give the Su family some face and to put some pressure on Ji Mulan. However, Mrs. Qi was now very dissatisfied with Su Wenyo's attitude. She decided not to attend the wedding and would not let Qi Shuyun go either. Science and Technology Museum. The lecture by academician Ma was about to conclude. The last part was the question and answer session. Bai Lian arrived late and had no seat, so she stood in the corner with Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. Zhang Fulai had left after accompanying Bai Lian to the exhibit, as he had put aside a pile of work to find Bai Lian. Accompanying her to dinner was manageable, but attending academician Ma's lecture was unnecessary. There were people in the back rows, and Bai Lian, holding her phone, put on her Bluetooth headset when the Q&A started. Her phone lit up, and she casually swiped to check it. It was Jian Zhongyo. Dean Jian, screenshot. The screenshot showed a conversation with Pu Xiaohan, who said she was in Jiangjing. Dean Jian. A simple question mark, inquiring why she didn't visit him while she was in Jiangjing. Bai Jian. Dean Jian, location, Dean Jian. There's a small student performance the day after tomorrow. Want to come see it? Classical Music Ensemble. He sent the location of Jiangjing Music Academy. He also sent Bai Lian a photo, a group shot of classical instruments at the venue, with over a dozen gushings, and besides these, there were gyukins, flutes, pipas. These instruments, played by students who had practiced for a long time, along with arrangements and direction by the tutors. Just imagining it told you how good it would sound. Jian Zhongyo was arranging music for Yen Lu, and Bai Lian wanted to find an opportunity to thank him. But the day after tomorrow was really not possible, coinciding with Suen's wedding, so she honestly replied that she didn't have time. Dean Jian was speechless. Dean Jian. Today? He was asking her out to meet today. With no classes in the evening, Bai Lian thought for a moment and didn't refuse. The lecture hall was very quiet. After messaging Tang Ming and Ning Xiao, she quietly slipped away from the back. Sitting in the front row, academician Ma, who was listening to other teachers answer questions, watched Bai Lian sneak out early. And he could only sit there powerless. Academician Ma. Jiangjing Music Academy. Upon receiving Bai Lian's address, Jian Zhongyo quickly stood up from his seat, holding his phone as he walked out, excitement faintly visible on his face. People he encountered along the way would nod and smile at him. His mood was obviously very good. When he met two girls in gowns on the road, Jian Zhongyo nodded to them and asked, "Are you participating in the performance the day after tomorrow?" The two girls, not expecting Dean Jian to greet them first, bowed and said, "Yes, Dean Jian." Dean Jian recognized one of them who played The White Robe Journey. He himself was famous for playing that piece, and the Bai Lian he was about to meet could play it too. He then smiled at her. "Good luck." And with hands clasped behind his back, he hummed an unknown tune as he walked out. After he left, the girl in the purple gown excitedly turned to her companion. She had noticed that the last comment from Dean Jian was directed at Bai Xiaoqi. "Xiaoqi, do you know Dean Jian? He actually greeted you. Has he been paying attention to you for long? Does he want to take you on as his last disciple?" At the entrance, Mrs. Song, wearing a coat, walked inside, hearing the girl's last remark. "Look at this, what's going on? A last disciple?" Chapter 366. 141 went to Jiayu Lake to pick up Jihang, afraid to become the most explosive news. Second update, under 1, Bai Qiming had already returned to Beijing. As Song Min was still at the Boyuan base, Madame Song had not yet gone back. She took the opportunity to celebrate the new year in Jiangjing. Upon learning that Bai Xiaoqi was selected for the school's gala performance, Madame Song would find time to watch her. Today, with Song Min visiting the Yin family for dinner, Madame Song specially came to pick up Bai Xiaoqi. Those who could study at the Jiangjing Music Academy all came from impressive family backgrounds. Bai Xiaoqi's background was relatively modest among these people, and her fellow students were not particularly warm to her. This was the first time Madame Song saw a student actively clinging to Bai Xiaoqi's arm. Bai Xiaoqi, stunned, heard this and looked towards Madame Song, steadying herself. "I just happened to run into Dean Jian." "I saw as well," Madame Song sighed. She had seen Dean Jian leaving as she came in, but could not find an opportunity to get to know him. The girl in the purple dress smiled as she exchanged contact information with Bai Xiaoqi. "When you become Dean Jian's student, don't forget about me, okay?" Having said this, she waved her phone at Bai Xiaoqi and left. "You, Dean Jian's student?" Madame Song's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Bai Xiaoqi in astonishment. She had assumed they were discussing Dean Jian's disciples because, after all, Bai Xiaoqi had failed to secure her previous academic ambitions. Just now, Dean Jian took the initiative to greet me, Bai Xiaoqi spoke up, her unsettled heart in these past days now beginning to calm down. Madame Song exhaled, pondering silently. She was to pick up Song Min from the Boyuan base and bring him back to the Yin family. Song Min had been very silent on the way, but since he was always aloof, neither Bai Xiaoqi nor Madame Song suspected anything. At the Yin family's home, hearing the news about Dean Jian, Mr. Yin also made a special trip back. Xiaoqi, that's very impressive, he praised with a smile. Bai Xiaoqi went upstairs to change clothes. I will go watch Xiaoqi's performance the day after tomorrow. Madame Song had been struggling with the Su family and Bai Xiaoqi. After all, the Su family had now reached heights that the Song family could not. However, important as the Su family was, it did not outweigh Bai Xiaoqi's position in Madame Song's heart at the moment. Fortunately, she had calmed down and broken off the engagement with Bai Lian at that time. Mom, Song Min, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. Bai Lian is also at the Boyuan base. Oh. Madame Song, as usual, responded indifferently to the mention of Bai Lian's name. After saying this, she realized what Song Min meant. She's at the Boyuan base? How did she get in there? Through the Su family. Madame Song was well aware of Bai Lian's past cheating incident in the humanities class. As I mentioned last time, the person who got full marks in math, that's her, Song Min said, looking out the window. Full marks in math? Madame Song thought it was unbelievable. Bai Lian's notorious reputation for lack of study in Beijing was well known. When Bai Lian left the Bai family, Madame Song decisively chose Bai Xiaoqi as a swift solution to the messy situation. Now, with Song Min saying that Bai Lian scored full marks in math, Madame Song's first instinct was that it was impossible. But, Boyuan base. What kind of place is it? If Song Min wasn't certain that Bai Lian had scored full marks, he would never have brought it up to her. Full marks, that means she scored even higher than you? Madame Song asked, still stunned. Song Min's expression remained cool as he added, but she didn't do as well as I did in the comprehensive science section. He was second in comprehensive science, with Ning Xiao in the first place, so Bai Lian definitely wouldn't have scored higher than him. Well, that's a relief. Madame Song felt a slight ease, like Song Min before. With just over 100 days left until the college entrance examination, work hard and don't be careless next time. Before today, Madame Song might have felt a tinge of regret hearing Bai Lian's score. But now, with Bai Xiaoqi personally greeted by Dean Jian, Madame Song felt that, in comparison, Bai Xiaoqi was a more worthy investment. A disciple of Dean Jian, her future in the art world would be like looking down from a mountain peak. She could then be compared to Bai Xiaoqi, but Madame Song also felt a bit of regret. Full marks in math. Thankfully her comprehensive science was less than perfect, otherwise, she would have felt anguished. And she wondered if Bai Qiming knew about this. The Jianghu Music Academy was not far from the Science and Technology Museum. Knowing she was at the Science and Technology Museum, Dean Jian sent her an address. It was an old restaurant, also in Chang'an district. Bai Lian started searching for directions on the map. Before she found the route, Assistant Su called. His voice was very respectful. Miss Bai, do you have time tonight? No, Bai Lian explained. I have an appointment with someone. Assistant Su heard the sound of the museum's loudspeakers. Are you at the Science and Technology Museum? I happen to be nearby. It's just a few minutes' drive. Where do you need to go? I can take you there. Bai Lian looked at the bus, which would take at least an hour to ride. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.